And I just don't know where it is right now.
We are live.
I have a printed copy.
Okay, I'm going to make a sound here. I'd like to call to order the Monday, June 13th, 2016 regular meeting of the Littleton Planning Board. Could we please have the roll call?
Vice Chair Rudnicki.
Here.
Okay. Board Member Bolt.
Here.
Board Member Graham.
Here.
Board Member Stallman.
Here.
Board Member Miles.
Here.
Board Member Samuelson.
Here.
And Board Member Kruger.
Here,
Whoa.
it works.
We have a quorum of 7. Let's see. Next on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from May 9th, 2016 regular meeting. Any discussion or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Yep, second. Any discussion? Please vote. We've got 7-0 in favor. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allowed 3 minutes to speak on any issue not on tonight's agenda, and we have one public hearing. So does anyone wish to speak on an item that's not on tonight's
I'm
agenda?
sorry, Mr. Rudnicki.
What's
That's
that?
actually the public comment for general business, and we don't have any general
Don't
business
have any,
tonight.
so-
So the regular public comment will happen again after the public hearing.
So we're now after, we were before for a while, now we're after again?
We're trying to do the same
Next week
agenda.
we'll change again? Okay.
We're trying to do the same agenda as City Council.
Yep. Okay. I see we have no general business. Let's move on to the main event here, the public hearing. This is a Planning Board Resolution 08-2016, resolution recommending approval of the Clayton Family Farms General Plan Development Plan and rezoning. Just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening, staff will make a presentation of the case. Board members will have a chance to ask brief technical questions of staff. From there, the applicant will make his presentation. Planning board will be able to ask questions of the applicant. Then we'll open up the public portion of the meeting, get public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Those that are official representatives, say of neighborhood association or say a mayor, we'll give them a little more time. We'll discuss that with the board here shortly when we get into that portion. After all people get the chance to speak, we'll close the public comment portion and go into planning board discussion and do one of 3 things: vote for, vote against, or table to another meeting. So, Andrea, take it away.
Okay. Do we have the projector on? Okay, there we go. I'm Andrea Mimnall of the planning staff, and I'll be making the presentation tonight. Before we get to any presentation, I would like to give a message to the planning board. We understand that the mineral rights for the properties involved in tonight's application have not followed the course for a 30-day notification period that's required by state statute. Now, the board could either postpone this public hearing for another 30 days and have it again, or what you could do if you make a recommendation of approval on this project to City Council is to condition it upon the owner of the mineral rights signing off, essentially giving a waiver on that notification period. My understanding is also that that owner of the mineral rights happens to be in the room tonight and may be able to speak to it directly right to you. So if you would like to give us some...
Their TV's not working.
Is there any way to get the monitor on down here so we can see your slides?
I'm sorry, they did tell me this morning or earlier that this TV is not working at the moment.
Okay.
I apologize.
So it is working back here, I hope?
It's working back
Okay,
here, it's just
carry
your
on.
TV that's not working.
Any discussion of the board about the mineral right issue? It'd be my feeling that of all these people coming to the meeting tonight, not to make them come back again by tabling the hearing.
My only concern would be is if there's any issue around the mineral rights and the 30-day notice, if the owner has any problem with that.
The owner having problem with that?
Well, the one who owns the mineral rights, he has to approve the waiver.
Okay.
Is the
here.
owner of the mineral rights here?
Okay.
Would you like to come up?
Ken, we'll get to you in a second.
Good evening.
Could you give your name, please?
I'm Jeff Kelly and my wife Dawn Kelly. We're here on behalf as owners of the property at 3430 West Bowles, and we would waive the 30-day notification on those mineral right interest.
Thank you. Ken, you wish to add anything?
That was just what I was going to suggest, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Are we okay with this?
Yes.
Okay, I've got all nods? Good. Okay, Andrea, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So tonight on the agenda, what we have is an application for a general plan, development plan, and rezoning for the Clayton Family Farms development. The process for this application is that first it comes to a public hearing before the planning board. That's tonight. And the planning board has an opportunity to make a recommendation to city council, and that would either be to approve with conditions, continue or deny the general plan, development plan, and rezoning. Following the public hearing with the planning board, the project will move on to be scheduled for city council. The request will be presented to city council, and a final decision will be made by the city council on this application. The location of Clayton Family Farms is along Bowles Avenue and Watson Lane at the southwest corner. You can see it here on the slide. It's marked in red. The site is located in close proximity to the Mary Carter Greenway and to downtown, and just a little further on the far side of downtown to the Littleton Light Rail Station. Closer to the site, it is surrounded by residential development by the town of Columbine, the Brookhaven subdivision to the west and the south. Within the city of Littleton, there is the Watson Lane subdivision, and to the north is the Castler addition. The properties involved in this application were annexed and zoned in 1973, and the zone was RE, which it currently is today. With respect to the rezone, the existing, as I mentioned, the existing zone is RE, and that is residential estate zone. Current zoning allows up to 1.6 dwelling units per acre. The proposed zoning by the applicant would be PDR, that's a planned development residential zone, and the applicant is requesting through this process to have up to generally 6.3 dwelling units per acre. The project description is single-family home development. The developer has put a cap of a maximum of 22 homes on this property with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet and a minimum of 50% unobstructed open space on each lot. You can see on this map right here, it's a little larger scale than the vicinity map that I showed. And here you can see the Brookhaven subdivision, Watson Lane and Castler, as they sit around the proposed property. I'd also like to point out that the plan that you see here is conceptual. And the reason that we ask for a conceptual plan is to give everybody an idea that if it was developed as proposed, what it might look like, what that intensity of development would be, 22 homes on that property. And so here you see a potential configuration of a looped street, and with the homes surrounding both sides of it, And lots, as I mentioned, 5,000 square feet, but also going up higher than that. The general plan development plan includes design standards and guidelines, and that would be both for site design and architectural design. Site design standards includes things like minimum lot sizes and open space, and items like fences. Architectural design, of course, it would be the design of the homes themselves. All right, now we move on to the analysis section of the application. And what we do here is go over the applicable policies and city codes that are applied to this application. And the general overview is that they fall into 3 categories. The first is that it must meet the minimum size requirements for a new zone district. And a new zone district, freestanding zone district in the city code needs to be at least 180,000 square feet. There are a couple of parcels included in this application, and when you total them up, they are a little over 183,000 square feet, and so the application meets this requirement. The other 2 categories here is that the application must be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the welfare of the community. And then the third item is that it must meet the intent of a planned development district by allowing more flexible development based on a comprehensive and integrated plan. So I'm going to go over the number 2 and 3 in a little bit more detail here. So consistency with a comprehensive plan. You have the full analysis in your written report, and I've just pulled out 2 of the policies here that I'd like to go over. And the first is that policy number 1.1, that the policy is to generate more opportunities for residents to live, shop, and play where they work, and to work, shop, and play where they live. And because of the location of the Clayton Family Farms, it is actually within walking distance to downtown. I did a little Google analysis, and it's about 12-minute walk from Clayton Family Farms to downtown, perhaps 5 to 6 minutes to the Mary Carter Greenway, and closer to 18 minutes to the light rail station. And what downtown offers is a place to shop, to dine, and even to work. And so the staff felt that this requirement, or this policy was met with the application. Second policy, 1.9, is to strengthen downtown by increasing housing diversity and densities to help enliven the streets and support the stores and restaurants. And this application would bring more housing. The rezoning would allow additional housing that would help to create the diversity and the density to help enliven the streets downtown, and again with the shoppers, dining, and opportunities for work. In terms of promoting the general welfare of the community, the project will promote the welfare of the community by taking an underused site near downtown and rezoning it for new quality single-family housing development that, again, is in close proximity to downtown with its shops and restaurants and also the Greenway. The planned development PD district has intent statements, and we feel that the application meets the intent of this. I'd like to pull out a few of these. Number 2 is to encourage innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet the growing demands for housing of all types and designs for persons of any social or economic status. And what this section of town really has lacked for a while is new construction. And so the opportunity for 22 new homes would provide a new product that meets today's innovative standards for house building and provide a new type of living arrangement for the residents and possibly new residents of Littleton. 10223B5 requires that the nature intensity of the development be supported by adequate utilities, transportation network, and minimize the impacts on adjacent existing and future development. I'd like to kind of focus on the second half of this, and that is the impacts, potential impacts on adjacent and existing and future development. The application includes a number of features to help minimize what is a little higher density than its surrounding development. And so the applicant can talk about this more, but essentially there are larger lot sizes required for those lots that abut Brookhaven on the south. And so I believe that's a minimum of 8,000 square feet for those lots. There are larger setbacks along Watson Lane. Watson Lane, again, is the street that runs north-south. It's north-south, just to the east of the property. And those larger setbacks will help maintain that character of the neighborhood. They plan to have a landscaped area within it that will be maintained by a homeowners association. Also, along Watson Lane, the homes will be required to have wraparound architecture so that it would be an attractive development and fit in architecturally with what's across the street and in the neighboring area. And then finally, the architectural design controls include sloped roofs and a mix of building materials and separate roof forms and bay windows and porches. And the applicant would be required to have a minimum number of architectural features on each of the homes to help create that quality development and also to fit in with the existing character of the neighborhood. So staff finds that the application for the general plan, development plan, and rezoning does meet the criteria of the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And staff is recommending that planning board recommend approval to the city council. There is resolution 08-2016 in your packet, and that reflects the recommendation of approval. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Technical questions for Andrea? Start down here.
Yes. Who owns Watson Lane?
Watson Lane is a public street.
And what did Public Works submit as their view of this property attaching to another 300 trips a day? This street.
Yes, we have received, the city has received a traffic study for the property, and it does indicate obviously more traffic. Public Works has reviewed it. Public Works agrees with the methodology that was used to achieve the results and finds it acceptable for the local street, Watson Lane.
It appears to me that the street is going to be narrower than it is now.
The street will be narrower?
Yes.
The flow line to flow line?
Yes.
I believe it's...
Because of the corners on the new property.
The site triangles?
Yes.
That's what you're referring to? Yes. So site triangles, if you're not familiar with that term, is the area where two rights-of-ways meet. And, you know, as you're coming to an intersection, sometimes there might be perhaps a structure, or more likely landscaping, that prevents you from seeing the oncoming cars. And on Bowles, of course, that's important because the cars can come fast. And so what happens is the city requires what's called a site triangle, where no improvements and landscaping can be put in to preserve that site. But that really relates to the corner of the site and not really the width of the flow line.
According to the paperwork and their scaling, the road's going to be approximately 20-foot paved. Is that a sufficient road for that much traffic?
You know, we do have our Public Works Director, Mark Ralph, here tonight, and perhaps I can bring him up to address that more accurately.
Good evening, Mark Ralph, Public Works Director for the City of Littleton. Would you like to maybe restate the question for me, please?
Yes, and looking at the road, what I noticed in scaling it is that it'll appear to be about 20 foot wide based on their scales. And my concern is that that's normally for a low travel road, not one that takes in fire engines and lots of traffic. And My concern is that it's not a wide enough road to handle another 300 and some odd traffics.
Well, it's been Public Works review that the existing pavement width would be sufficient to ultimately serve this scale of neighborhood. The width of Watson Lane right now currently is a standard that is less than our guideline today, especially when you look at kind of the infrastructure necessary for, say, curb and gutter. There's quite honestly none of that there. So this particular development would be addressing it on their side of Watson Lane. I'm not sure if that's rather apparent in the application. Again, at this stage of the development, this is conceptual, so these are the kinds of details that would be ultimately sorted out as we move to the next phase, assuming that's what happens, preliminary plat specifically.
Thank you.
Kurt?
Mark, while you're here.
Yes.
Storm drainage, can you talk to that?
Well, that's probably one of the more significant issues at this particular parcel here. The staff report does talk about kind of several issues. I think what is unique about this site is that it is in a floodplain. The applicant has also obtained a conditional letter of map revision from FEMA, a CLOMR. It's a little unusual, quite honestly, in my experience, for an applicant to acquire that up front. So to their credit, they at least have taken that step. I do believe the analysis for drainage is going to be probably a fairly substantial challenge as we kind of look to the next phase of this. I've already talked to one of the residents on Watson Lane about some of the existing challenges that they have that drains into that. Again, relatively flat area, poor drainage into a drainage way. No doubt we'll have lots of comments about that, I would suspect. But again, as staff, Public Works specifically, have looked at the site, we believe it is feasible to address these issues. Again, we're at kind of the conceptual stage. And so as we move on to the next phase, assuming we do, then obviously those are the details that we would really get into. But it will be a challenge, to be quite frank.
Is it a 100-year flood zone?
Yes, correct.
Much of the property is taken up with the floodplain.
Perhaps the applicant can address that, but a pretty substantial piece of it. I'd be happy to talk more about a CLOMR if there's questions about that, perhaps later.
When do they expect the revision to be completed?
Well, the typical process is that once you are granted a CLOMR from FEMA, then you have a plan basically to kind of fill that site. According to our regulations, in order to fill within a floodplain, you would need a special exception to that, an application. That has not been made at this point in time. Again, that's why staff feels it's feasible for this phase, because they have a CLOMR in hand. They kind of, in our process here, they kind of run parallel, the preliminary plat and this exception to fill in the floodplain and the fact that they have a CLOMR. So again, adds to our conclusion that it's feasible to address the drainage issues.
Anything else, Kurt? RC?
No questions at this time.
Okay. David?
Nope.
Andrea, could you please review the existing zoning, the RE zoning, and the characteristics of that zoning, what it allows in terms of density?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
Back as well.
I'm sorry, what was that last piece?
Density and setback.
Density and setback, yes. The RE zone district, again, stands for residential estates, and the minimum lot size in that zone is 26,500 square feet. The lot width at the front setback should be a minimum of 100 feet, and unobstructed open space is 50%. And the overall density, gross density, can be up to 1.6 dwelling units per acre.
Is there any acreage restriction size that defines an RE, or is it just, I noticed there's only 3 or 4 in the city. Is there any sort of it has to be 4 acres, it has to be 10 acres, or is there any sort of boundary to that?
Well, it would fall into the same category as the other zoning districts in the city, where it would need to be a minimum of 180,000 square feet.
And this is 183.
That's correct, approximately.
Okay, thank you.
So I've got I guess I want to start with a conceptual question, because you guys raised this as a conceptual plan. Typically, when a rezone or a GPDP comes in, it's, my recollection of these things is they're pretty much in final form. I'm not quite sure how to assimilate, and maybe you can help me understand, how can we effectively give a ruling, or how can we make a decision on a rezone with a GPDP that we're recommending the city council for a project that's basically just conceptual? And you guys have touched on a number of these issues, but the drainage issue, okay, they maybe have the FEMA sign off, but we don't have the application for special exception on the fill that Mark mentioned. I've got a question on utility easements, which is highlighted. I've got a few other technical questions, but I'm not quite sure how to proceed at this point.
Well, the conceptual plan, let me pull that up here. The conceptual plan, as I said, we use it to give a feel for what the density and impacts could be of the development. Now, I think that, and the applicant should speak to this really directly, but I think that the applicant does in fact plan to do something close to this design. But it wouldn't have to be that way. Let's say, for example, the developer decided to sell to a different builder, and the new builder said, you know, I can live with all the zoning requirements that it's been approved with the GPDP, but I don't care for the configuration. And so in that case, the developer, if it can meet all the zoning requirements, could in fact do another site plan together with this. And so I think for the board, what's important for you to think about are these zoning requirements. The minimum lot sizes, the overall density, the maximum cap of homes on the property, and if there's anything that relates to the configuration of this, you can build that into the zoning. For example, if the board should feel that there should be a different sort of a setback in the front or the back, whatever it is, you can make a condition of approval that such a different setback be included in that planned development plan. Does that help?
Well, it's awful. Generally speaking, again, it seems like when you get a plan that somebody wants to execute, they come in with the plan. It's a lot easier to provide a quasi-judicial decision on the basis of something that's specific. If they want to proceed this way, I guess we can try to move forward in that regard. But there are a lot of questions. So let me ask you a couple others. In the, where was this bad boy? Somewhere in here. Oh, I know where it was. In the review of the, let's see, it's on the staff memo, page 10. It flat out says that the Excel easement requirements are in conflict with the setbacks that are being proposed by the applicant. That would seem to be a bit of a fatal flaw. Is that not a fatal flaw because it's just conceptual?
I believe that Excel is looking at the existing conditions on the site. And with the total redevelopment of the property, there would be the opportunity to move those lines that are in easements. And there will be, no doubt, additional lines that will need to be put in should this be approved.
They're going to bury them, right? They're not putting overheads in.
That's right.
Okay, but they'll need an easement.
Yes, they'll need the easement, and the comments do talk to this, that they will need additional easements. Typically, like any subdivision, they will be put either right at the front of the lot or right at the back of the lot, possibly on the side, so as not to interfere with building envelopes.
Do we have any other examples where Excel's been flexible in terms of the width of easement they require?
Generally, those easements are 5 to 6 feet from what I've seen. And so the narrowness of that lot, I think, really, of that easement rather, does present some flexibility as to where it will be located and not interfere with the construction of homes.
Okay. Another one is, we sort of touched on, I think, maybe Mark touched on the special exception permit, Director Ralph, but there's a whole boatload of floodplain application requirements in Littleton Code Section 10.6-8, and I don't see any of that in here. Where are we on all of those application requirements?
Yes, so floodplain application comes in again at the time of platting.
Okay.
And if you would like to learn more about that process, we can pull Mark up again.
It might be useful to get a little bit of a flavor for it if he's available.
Well, I hope you're not wanting too much of a flavor for it, I have to be honest. I'm not real familiar with all of the details. I know that our history has been that, and we've been fairly consistent about it, is any kind of exception to the floodplain issue has run concurrently with platting. And so again, this being a GPDP, it's just kind of a little piece in front of it.
Okay, and if I know your tenure's relatively short here, but I assume we've done, as a community, we obviously have floodplain issues and we've seen these things before, so there are examples of them.
Yes, correct, there is. And again, I think what is unusual is the applicant does have a CLOMR kind of in advance of that. So to be honest with you, that is a lot of the work that would be necessary for us to even evaluate that. So to their credit, again, they've attained that.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me, maybe I'll ask you this question as well. There was a reference in the material about a traffic light and the proximity to Bowles and Federal is shorter than what the state would require. So talk a little bit about the traffic flow requirements, because it looks to me, having gone over and driven the neighborhood, that you're only gonna, at rush hour, you're only gonna exit going east. You can't cut and go west particularly well for the kind of volume we're talking about unless there's a traffic light. Are we thinking a traffic light here?
No, we're not. The work that was done here by the applicant, they hired Kimley Horn and Associates to kind of assemble a traffic impact analysis. And their conclusion is that there's, if I remember correctly out of the report, about 30 left turns in the peak hour, perhaps less than that. To be honest with you, in order to get to the warrant of a traffic signal, you're going to need to be almost 10 times that amount. So it's well over 200 in the peak hour for a left turning movement in order to get to a traffic signal.
Okay, all right, okay. Maybe let me go back to Andrea real quick. Thank you, Mark. Mm-hmm. The applicants, another just, I guess, question that it wasn't clear to me. In the applicants, and maybe they can address this somewhere in here in their submission, they talk about the open space. There it is. It's on the data information sheet. On the official application form, it says the minimum obstructed open space in the existing zone district residential was 50%, and the proposed zone district residential is actually 40% per their application. Staff says it's 50%. Can we clarify this?
Yes, apologize for that. I believe that was a typo. In fact, in the PDR zone district, there is a requirement for 50% open space. And if you actually look at the plan sets in the zoning section, it does reference the 50%. I have brought this up with the applicant, and my understanding is that they brought a revised application that they'll prepare to enter into the record to fix that problem.
Okay, all right, that's good. And in the applicant's cover letter, and this may be a dated document, yeah, it's from October of 2015, it says that the new development site is actually 4.08 acres, but now it's 4.22. Wouldn't have a big impact on dwelling units per acre, but from a
Yes.
density standpoint, which is the right number?
Yes, it's the 4.22, and we've talked about that as well. I believe the lower number reflected a period of time during the review of this when one of the parcels was not going to be included. And
Okay.
so we've gone back to including it, and so we're up to 4.22 acres again.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
I have a question regarding the setbacks.
Yes.
You said this plan is conceptual. In adopting this, are we adopting the setbacks that he proposes, that the applicant proposes, though?
That's correct. If this plan were to be approved, these would be the setbacks for the development.
Okay, they are somewhat different than the ones, obviously, from the RE zone. But
Yes.
they're also significantly different in that it doesn't indicate here that there would be a 20-foot setback on the Watson side properties, not in their calculations on their pages. And also the setbacks allow for 5 feet front and rear. And in another area, it says 0 for front. That has some concerns for me.
Is that on the plan document itself?
One is on the community family, or Clayton Family Farms General Plan Development Plan.
Okay.
And the other, which is slightly different, is on the general, on the plan development plan, the color picture of it. There are, where it says the information required.
I'm sorry, can you
I'm
give me
sorry,
the
Clayton
sheet
Family
number?
Farms, this one,
Is there a sheet number at the lower right-hand corner?
lower right-hand, just the cover one of,
The cover sheet? Okay.
6 of 8, isn't it?
well, there's one of the, that has one list of the land use on it. And then the one on 4,
Sheet 4?
yeah, it talks about different properties. What I'm actually looking for more than anything else, though, is had this so organized on my computer, and my computer's tired. Okay, where it says the existing zoning and the proposed zoning, this is on the data information sheet of the application. And it talks about setbacks and such, and the setbacks are literally 5 feet for the most part,
Okay, so,
on all 4 sides. I mean, obviously, there's 10 feet, I believe, on the one southwest side. But that's awfully close to property lines all the way around for me. And assume that's the PDR piece of it.
yes, I see what you mean. The application, in fact, doesn't match what the actual plan sets.
Right.
And perhaps the applicant can address this. The applicant did make some changes to this application form with respect to the open space, and perhaps caught this. If not, I'm sure, well, you can request that they change this as well. If this project were to be approved, it would be the plan itself that would rule it, as opposed to the application. Nevertheless, there shouldn't be a discrepancy.
Well, and it still is highly limited, very small setbacks.
These are,
They are smaller, in fact.
we can find our technical questions, not observations or conclusions, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Andrea, Mayor Christie, Columbine Valley Mayor, alluded to a drainage study. There was no drainage study in our packet. Is there a drainage study?
There is a drainage study that would typically, we would present that at the time of plating. If you do have questions, we can again get,
Okay, so it does exist.
yes.
Continuing on drainage, the drainage, concrete drainage channel on the south side of the property. They have a right to discharge water into that channel?
I think that probably would be best described by both the applicant and Mark Ralph, Public Works Director.
Okay. Right. I assume that also will come up at the preliminary plat. Let's get to the zoning. The size of the property, the 180,000 square feet, there's some confusion here. 180,000 square feet is minimum required to form a district. It includes the properties, it also includes the internal streets. In your write-up, you talk about also it includes the center lines of the adjoining streets, which would be Watson Lane, I assume, Bowles. So that jacks it up into you didn't mention that in your presentation, that jacks it up to 224,000, something along those lines. Is that correct?
Yes, so the zoning code addresses the minimum lot size in two different ways, or I should say how to calculate the rezoning area. And so for the purposes of meeting the minimum 180,000 square feet for a zone district, the code allows for internal streets, such as the proposed or conceptual loop street that you see in the plan. And for purposes of drafting the zoning map, we actually zone out to the center line of adjacent streets. And so, in fact, if you look on the cover sheet of the plans, you'll see two different calculations. One is for purposes of the zone district. The other one is for purposes of the zoning map.
Oh, well, okay. We'll have to ask the applicant. No, I'll ask you. There's a property in question, the Kelly property, that if it's taken away from the total, that makes this parcel illegal. It's not large enough.
If the Kelly property were to be excluded, well, I think the proposal includes it. If it were to be excluded, then we would have to reevaluate the square footage.
When is it reevaluated? Let's say they get approval from us, we forward a recommendation to council, it gets their approval, and then, oops, what happens? We rescind the zoning?
So once the project is approved, the Kelly property is part of this development. Should the property owner, or should Kelly still own it after the project is approved, Kelly would be required to develop the property consistently with the general plan development plan. If the Kellys retained ownership and decided that they wanted to maintain perhaps the single-family house that is there now, then an amendment to this general plan development plan would be required to have that change.
Okay. Last, let's finish up your analysis of the R3 existing zoning. You talked about lot coverage, minimum size of 26,500 square feet. Could you, for the record, list the setback requirements for RE?
Sure. In the RE district, the building setbacks are, the front setback is 25 feet. The rear is 25 feet. The sides, well, the north and west will be 5 feet, and the south and east are 10 feet. Corner and side streets are 10 feet.
I have the rear setback at 20 feet. Did I miswrite that? Is it
20. 20 on the staff report, it's 20 on the GPDP plan set.
Excuse me a second. Rear 20, okay.
Well, the RE, yeah, the existing. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Andrea?
Yeah. Can I follow on to yours?
Fire away.
Okay. Going back to the Kelly easement, it seems like it's a, well, I guess I'll have to ask for a clarification, and I don't want to, I'll apologize for putting the pinch-hitting city attorney on, acting city attorney on the hot seat here, but can you give us some sort of flavor as well for, the Brookhaven HOA has made a legal argument or made an illegal assertion that they've got a right to make some sort of, they have a right of sign off before anything can happen, and or the owner of that easement has agreed not to do anything without their authorization, and they're saying they're not inclined to give it. So the implication of that legal argument relative to this zoning issue would be helpful if you can give us some guidance.
Well, it actually creates a number of different possibilities. My understanding of the argument, and I did look into this, but it's been less than 24 hours since I was asked to pinch hit tonight. So trying to get up to speed on this issue, my understanding is there's an argument that Brookhaven retains the right to basically have final say on whether any new or modified structures are approved on that easement. If I'm understanding that correctly and recognizing, as Andrea has mentioned, that this is a conceptual plan that perhaps is close to what the developer hopes it will look like, but could have some modifications. We're talking about 6,500 approximately square feet compared to 180-some thousand square feet. It could be approved by the planning board with the condition that that issue on the easement get resolved. And one potential way to resolve it is to reconfigure some of the lot lines in that particular area so as to not put a new structure on the Kelly property. That's one way it could go. If the planning board is simply uncomfortable, given the fact that we have, and I assume that the developer's attorney is going to respond with their legal position of what this means and how it impacts the development, and I don't want to preempt or preclude that, but after hearing the information from both sides, if the board is uncomfortable moving forward based upon this potential legal dispute between private property owners, that would be grounds to not make a recommendation of approval. But it seems to me that even if it's a little bit up in the air and there's a disagreement, and gosh, lawyers have sometimes been known to disagree about interpretation of what a document says, the board could approve either based upon an understanding of how it should be resolved or conditioned upon getting that issue resolved, or recommending to the council that when it gets to the council for final decision that they approve it only subject to one particular way that it might go. So there's a variety of different ways, both approval and denial and conditional approval, that the board might go depending upon what you hear tonight.
Okay, but and Andrea made a distinction between the rezone area versus the rezone map. And if I understood what you said correctly, the map gets drawn based on the midline of the streets, which would be, I think, the 224 number. But the rezone area is the 183 number, which, subject to this 6,500, puts it below threshold to actually even have a rezone. So I guess I'd like a little clarification on that as well, if you don't mind.
I think Andrea and I both agree that if this 65 square foot parcel came out of the development, you don't have the 180,000 square foot minimum.
So it's the 183 is the number that's germane here, more so than the 224.
Yes, on this issue. Yeah.
I'd just like to add that another possibility here is that if it should somehow be decided that the Kelly property, the 6,500 square foot lot, could not be developed, it could potentially still be included in the development. Perhaps it would be backyard for one or two of the lots, and then the project would still maintain its eligibility for rezoning. There just would be no structures on it.
Okay, and well, all right, so this goes right back to the confusion. I mean, if Brookhaven says we're not going to approve anything being built there, and that's okay based upon the conceptual plan, and you can keep the 183,000 square foot number, including it, even if if Brookhaven will not approve anything on that area, that doesn't preclude development of the rest of the property, is that correct? If it's rezoned in anyway? I mean, we can rezone it even if they won't give their approval to do anything for whatever the final plat is?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Does that change the number of lots then? Because we're approving the lots at this point, the number.
It may be that the number of lots might not, you might not be able to get 22 lots. Perhaps you get 21 or 20.
Can I suggest to the board too, I mean, staff is speculating now about what might happen. I think you'd be much better off asking these specific questions about Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C of the developer. And then based upon what you hear from both sides who are going to be presenting information tonight, then we may be in a better position to answer more specific questions.
Yeah, I'd like to move on to the applicant presentation.
Two quick questions.
Two quick ones.
One, why is it the city's business to facilitate the private exchange between Brookhaven HOA and the developer?
It's not.
It's not, correct?
I agree with the chairman, it's not.
I'm satisfied with that answer for now. Two, normally when we do a zoning, the question is asked, have the conditions changed sufficiently enough that the current zoning it no longer meets conditions and that this new zoning is going to solve that problem? Is that indeed the question we're seeking to answer tonight? I've heard the word general, I've heard the word conceptual. Are we conceptually doing this, or are we officially making a recommendation to change zoning if indeed the case meets muster?
It's a good question, and the way the zoning code is set up, there are two ways to approach zoning. Either the area has changed in character and the existing zoning no longer suits for that location within the city. The other approach is to say that the new zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's one or the other.
So either the conditions have changed or it is now consistent with the new comprehensive plan, and A or B.
A or B, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have additional time to ask further questions of staff once we get past the public speaking portion and we close the public hearing. We can ask further questions of you during our discussion. Is the applicant ready for their presentation? You'd give us your name and address and all that good stuff.
I will. We are. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Jessica Elizade on behalf of the applicant, 1801 California, Suite 2600, Denver, 80202. So I'm actually not first up this evening on the lineup, but based on all of the questions and a bit of confusion, I'm hoping to frame the conversation, if you'll allow me, and then the applicant will continue with the conversation. So just briefly, and I see lots of familiar faces and some not so familiar faces. I have been before this body, though not all of you individually, for many, many years, and I understand the confusion. So here's the confusion. Generally, in Littleton, your rezone process for a GPDP is for mixed use or for multifamily or for a kind of project that goes on to site plan and which acts a lot like plating. But that site plan approval process is highly, in the GPDP process on mixed use or on large multifamily projects, the zoning document is very highly developed by that point. It doesn't work that way in every municipality, by the way. Generally speaking, the purpose of zoning is just to set the parameters for the land use. That's the purpose of zoning. So it says, what are the maximums and what are the minimums? And that's all the zoning document does. And I would welcome your counsel to correct me if he thinks need be. But so when we're talking about would we lose a lot or how many lots would be built, this is not the platting or the site planning process. Single family in Littleton works very differently. So here, it's much more conceptual at the single family level, because otherwise a developer would have to sort of down to the letter determine what every home would look like, and then there couldn't be custom or semi-custom product. So that's why it functions a little bit differently and it feels a little nebulous. What I can tell you is that while we're talking about these maximums and minimums, it doesn't mean that the developer has to build to those maximums. So I will tell you that legally and fundamentally, we absolutely disagree with the position that you saw in your letter. But as was brought up by Board Member Stallman and Board Member Graham, it is an agreement between two parties and a legal disagreement between two parties. And if, under the very worst circumstance, that my client's wrong, then the worst case scenario is that it would require their approval for whatever got built on that lot. And all my client would have to say is, I don't want to build anything on that lot then. So the 22 units, the 22 homes that they're asking for is a maximum, not a minimum. And the reason that issues like utilities are not worked out is because, again, this is not a site planning process. Single family works differently. With multifamily, you would have to know by the time really that you're rezoning a large area where exactly every easement would go and every utility line would go. Single family is a little bit different. So all of that is saved for the platting process. I can also assure you, to assuage some of your fears, that my client is willing, if it makes you happier, to offer lots of conditional approvals this evening. I can assure you we are not interested in configuring this lot, not one way from what you've seen, other than something not going there because legally it can't, as determined outside of this body. We would consent to a conditional approval of the Kelly property. So if for some reason the Kelly property were not included in the rezone, which again is our legal opinion that that's not even a possibility, it can be included. It just, the only question is what you can build on it. That we would certainly make that a condition of approval this evening, that the Kelly parcel be included. So with that said, if you don't mind, then can we start the rest of the presentation? Maybe that helps a bit. Thank you.
I wish we had our screen here.
Oh, I should also tell you that the drainage engineer was not planning on making a proactive presentation, but all of our engineering staff anticipating these issues are here to answer questions at the end.
Having gone through this before, I understand the nebulousness of this situation for this
yes.
particular residential 22 units. These technical issues are worked out during the preliminary and final plat. So
Thank you.
I don't think we need to see a drainage study, or if we have time or ever want to see a detailed traffic study.
Thank you, Board Member Rudnicki. I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of trouble. From beginning? Yeah. I'd now like to introduce the Clayton family.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Clayton. I'm the owner of the property at Watson Lane and Bowles. My wife and I purchased the property in 1963. And we've seen many changes in our area in that time. There should be a photo. Here we go. The photo on the lower right was taken in 1964. And that's myself, my daughter, my two daughters on the horse. And I know this is 1964 because the flood in 1965 took that old building there behind out. It was completely gone, which I was glad. We were in unincorporated Arapahoe County at that time, and probably in the late 60s sometime, we had to be annexed in one of either Columbine Valley or Littleton, and we chose Littleton. And I hope they choose us for this project. I thank you for your time now. I would be honored to put my name on this project. I'd like to introduce my grandson to tell you more about the project, and I thank you.
My name is Clayton Camozzi, and I'm the grandson of Glenn Clayton. I grew up in Littleton, along with 9 other family members. We all graduated from Littleton High School. And just so you know, this is the landscape that I remember growing up. So, as you can see here, pointing out, I used to ride my bike down this lane, and then I also used to play in this back field as a little boy. But in that backfield, there was no development to the south, and there was no development to the east, which this is the Watson Lane community, and this is Brookhaven today. So this was the landscape that I remember growing up with. And throughout time, obviously, development came to Littleton, and all of the backlands here, and then also here, were then developed. So my grandmother and I used to walk the property, and we would dream about what would this look like? What could this potentially be someday? We were constantly approached by developers throughout that time to want to develop the property, and we said no. And the reason why was because we never wanted an outright sale. We knew that we always wanted to be a part of the process. We wanted to partner with someone if we were to ever do a development here, because it was important to us, because our family has such a long history here that whatever went in here needed to be special. Obviously, as my grandfather said, honor his name, but then also to give something back to the city of Littleton. And in doing that, we also wanted to make sure that when we partnered with a builder, that it was a good quality builder that we knew and trust. So we actually sought out a builder when the time came. My grandmother's recently passed away, and my grandfather is in his late 80s, and this property has become difficult to maintain. So it's time to do something with this property. So in my grandmother's honor, what we wanted to do was build quality homes, build affordable homes, and ones that made sense for the city of Littleton. So in order to do that, we wanted to assemble a first-class team, and in doing that, we partnered with Brian Healy, who has an extensive resume, and I'd like to bring him up here now just to talk about the details of the property. Thanks.
So, I'm Brian Healy, and I'm the Clayton family partner, and I'm the builder on this project. Now, I know there's been lots of noise recently about other developments and density in Littleton. You know, we hesitated even to bring this project forward because of the recent controversy. But so many Littleton residents urged us to move ahead. That's what brings us here today. I want to just say, we are not the Grove development. The Grove development is on 4 acres with 160 units. Our project is on 4 acres with 22 units. Our project is 700 times less dense than the Grove project. So why this project? First, this project meets the requirements of the city's comprehensive plan, as we'll discuss in a minute. But it's also important to remember that this property was platted in 1912. Let's see. So the slide behind you shows that in 1912, that's what the population of the city of Littleton was. Now, the population of the city is 3,000 times more dense than when this property was platted. The single-family housing stock simply hasn't caught up with the growth of the city. All the land around our property was developed. The city grew up, totally encircling our project. The city zoning was last addressed in the 80s and hasn't changed since then. The zoning designation implemented over 30 years ago simply is no longer appropriate. So, about our team. Yes. Now I'd like to talk to you about some of our team. We've included a long list of local, state, and national awards in your packet. We have worked, all of our team members have worked in the city of Littleton. Most notably, one of our team members is Alan Leak, our drainage engineer. He prepared the drainage study not only for our project, but for Watson Lane Homeowners Association, which also required a clomer and to be brought up, and also the Brookhaven Homeowners Association, which required a clomer and needed to be brought up. And all 3 of those were prepared by Alan Leak, who's prepared to speak to your questions if you want to later today. Here's some of the examples of the work that our team has done. Let's go by that. So our proposed project, the staff has already oriented you to the site. The portion in red is Columbine Valley. We're proposing 22 single-family homes, the price of which will be between $450,000 and $750,000. They'll be between 2,000 square feet and 3,000 square feet, and they're designed to fit in to the city and the neighborhood. Here to tell you more about our project is Mike Woodley, our architect. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mike Woodley. It's 731 South Park Drive in Littleton. We're very excited about this project and honored to be part of this team. I just want to quickly take you through, I don't know what happened to the pointer. Oh, there it is. So I just want to highlight a couple things real quickly here on the site plan. First of all, we've talked about Watson Lane here, and I think it's important to really understand what we've done. We've really created a buffer, a landscape buffer along Watson here that I think will be really set a nice street scene here. And I think the other important thing is how these houses face onto Watson. You can see the scale of these. We're having the side of these houses face these existing houses, and I think it's interesting to compare the scale. So we purposely put the side of these houses here, and then there was some mention about how we will actually enhance the side of these, and we really see some wraparound porches and really kind of make some nice edge here. And then on Bowles, the movement against this Bowles here, I think it's important to understand how this architecture moves. I also think it's interesting to understand the scale. You can see the scale of these houses as compared to these houses, and we're kind of in between, and we think that's an important thing to understand. We really, really are trying to capture the scale and character of Littleton. On the edge here on the drainage, these are the lots that are larger in size up here against Brookhaven. And then we really have, the backs of these houses have the same kind of movement as the fronts. These houses have recessed garages, really articulated fronts, front porches. The architecture will dominate. We think that the concept of this plan is very interesting. It's more of an enclave, if you will, off of Watson. Nothing opens up onto Watson like these houses do here. The houses are all internal, so it's a quaint neighborhood, appropriate scale, we believe, for Littleton. A couple little character sketches here. You can see this is Watson here. This is the scale. And I pointed out how the porches wrap around and really create life on the street, but really no access off the street, no vehicular access that will be taken off of Watson. This is really kind of the back against the drainage. You can see how these houses are set back significantly here. So we think setbacks are important to have varied, and we have varied these lot sizes here to make them larger. So the setbacks move quite a bit. We're proposing right now covered outdoor areas to the rears. I think very interesting architecture. We think it has a real Colorado feel, kind of a Colorado craftsman feel to it. A little bit of Beaver Creek influence with some stone, some siding, varied materials, varied roof lines, different roof pitches, lots of movement. So we really have created, I think, a nice feel to this neighborhood. And this is also Watson looking the other way. So you can see how these porches wrap around the corner. Architecture forward, garages back, really very pedestrian in scale, lower scale, but really appropriate, we think, with the houses across the street by lining up the wide side of these houses to those streets. So the scale is really respecting the adjacent neighborhood. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I think we've really taken some care in these houses. We're mixing some single story in with some 2 stories. So we think that we really are providing housing for everyone, and that's really our goal, is to have housing that works for everyone and not just a few. And so by creating neighborhoods like this, create diversity in a community. And we're part of this community, and we want to see it successful. We don't want $1 million houses that sit on the market for a long time and reduce values to other $1 million houses. We want houses that really the market is demanding, and we think this is the kind of housing that really has a lot of demand. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Thanks, Mike. We'll move things along quickly for you. We just want to make sure that we cover off on all of our issues. As a housekeeping matter, I believe Andrea had mentioned to you that we did indeed revise the application, just so that you all know, and I promise I'm not crying woe is us, but there was a staff turnover in the middle of this application, and so we actually had sort of this prolonged period where we went through one set of review and then we went through a second set of review. And so during that process, when we resubmitted everything else, we inadvertently did not resubmit the application itself the second time. So we thought we had covered off on all the bases, but that was the one missing link. That's why there's discrepancies. It's not because anyone's trying to pull anything over on you. For the sake of the record, I'd like to enter a revised letter of intent showing the 4.22 acres just for the record, and let the record show as well that I'm also re-entering page 2 of the application itself, correcting the typo from 40% to 50% residential. So Andrea touched on this, and I just thought it was worthwhile to mention again that the standard that you're looking at for rezone, which is setting just those maximum and minimum land use requirements, is consistency with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan as mentioned, and if not, that's actually the language, not or, and if not, changed or changing conditions in the neighborhood. So if we are unable to show that this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, which we believe is, Andrea outlined many reasons. We've outlined further for you within your packet 21 goals and policies that we met of the citywide plan. Generally, there's a neighborhood plan that governs a project. This was an outlier. It is intentionally or maybe unintentionally totally omitted from a neighborhood plan, so we can only go by what the citywide plan tells us. And again, we feel that we more than meet and exceed those, and staff's made the same recommendation. Or if not, then we show that there are changed or changing conditions in a particular area. And as Brian explained to you, this was platted in 1912. The zoning has not changed since actually 1973, and that the areas in particular, as Clayton showed you with that great photo, which actually showed smaller scale homes that were in Littleton, and if you noticed, before anything else was built up around behind it, that's what Littleton looks like. So what you may hear tonight from some of the opponents is that, first of all, this project's too dense. So I'd like to show you that the letters in your packet are likely to say that density, what they didn't say is that density is calculated by the number of homes divided by the total land area, and then that's spread out over a full development. So if you have a PD, for example, that includes things like a golf course, that's included in your density numbers. A better indicator is really to look at a neighborhood, to look at lot sizes, so that you can talk about what a neighborhood really looks and feels like. How big are the lots? The lot sizes here are very similar to over 50% of our neighbors to the north, our Littleton neighbors, if you'll look. Oh, again, technology. Oh, look. All right. So if you look here to our neighbors to the north, that density is exceedingly similar. As a matter of fact, our lots are larger in some cases than the lots on this size, the lots that are located there. And as far as the lot sizes go, we're very comparable to Willowcroft, which is located right here, and that's actually in Columbine Valley. And the lot sizes are only slightly smaller than the lot sizes within this development. And I have the specifics of those numbers if you'd like to go through them at some point toward the end. So ultimately, though, within the density question is that very few of those letters that you received in your packet, and there were lots of them, it was impressive, I'll give them that, but the very few of them were actually from Littleton residents who opposed the project. So you saw this map prior, just to orient you. There were 61 letters total, and of those, 18 were indeed from Littleton, 43 of them were from Columbine Valley, and they also included duplicates, like a husband and wife or a child or someone else living in the home, so you may have had 2 or 3 homes from one letter, letter from one home. And it also included renters or people who weren't the property owner when the property owner didn't in fact submit on their own behalf. So all told, what you're left with is 9 letters of opposition from actual Littleton properties. You're also going to hear that there wasn't enough outreach, and actually one of the letters said that we had not conferred or met and conferred or were behaving in good faith. I'd also like to submit to the record an email that we provided, and I have copies if you all would like these. I don't want to slow down the process. That was provided on behalf of the Brookhaven Homeowners Association saying thank you many times for reaching out to us, but we're not interested in talking to you. We hand-delivered, and I wrote my telephone number, a personal note, and provided a business number as well for the owners of the surrounding homeowners to contact us. We received 0 phone calls, return phone calls from the HOAs. We held a community meeting at which several of our neighbors accused us of building low-income housing and were appalled that the price points weren't $1.5 million and over. And we have no less than 14 emails and proof of numerous phone calls that we communicated and tried to communicate and designed around communicating, as you saw, to just be good neighbors. That's important to the Claytons. We were able to meet with a few of the folks individually under other pretense, I think. They were perhaps interested in purchasing the property, and we were told that by a couple of members of the Watson Lane Homeowners Association that they would accept no more than 6 homes, period, that there was no area for compromise. So Lots of drainage and easement issues. Again, I'm happy to discuss our legal position on that, although our first and foremost position is this isn't the forum for that, that's a legal dispute between two parties, and that does not in any way affect zoning, and that the drainage engineer can speak to the drainage issues. You'll also hear about disproportionate traffic impacts. And our traffic engineer, Kurt Rowe, is just quickly going to take you through what the actual traffic numbers say about the changes, the number of cars, and the length and the wait time. Kurt? Kurt will also be our last speaker, and then if you'd like to hear from drainage, we're happy to do that.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Rowe. I work with Kimley Horn & Associates. We're at 4582 South Ulster Street, Suite 1500, Denver, Colorado, 80237. We prepared the traffic impact study for this project. I guess first off, I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of Colorado. I'm also a professional traffic operations engineer. I have a master's degree in traffic engineering. And so I guess what all that says is that I like to study traffic and solve those problems. I've performed over 1,000 traffic studies here in my career in Colorado. As mentioned, I have 23 years of experience. I work for CDOT in many of the cities within the metro area, as well as the universities around Colorado. I'm currently working on the new campus football stadium at Colorado State. And then here in Littleton, I recently prepared the traffic impact study and the traffic signal design for the Breckenridge Brewery project. That was a good project, and did all the offsite improvements and all the recommendations that went with that. Now regarding this project, Clayton Family Farms, this is a very small project, 22 homes. It's one of the smallest traffic studies that I've ever prepared in my career, if not the smallest. What you see there is the trip generation table. As mentioned, 22 homes. We're looking at 210 trips over the day, and that's both traffic coming in and leaving. So those 210 trips are made by 105 vehicles. In the AM peak hour, you're looking at 17 trips generated, with 13 of those vehicles outbound. And then the PM peak hour would be 22 trips. A lot has been mentioned about the existing zoning. 7 homes would be allowed on the existing zoning. That row shows the trips that are associated with that size development. And so the difference, the net increase, if you approve this zone change, would be 15 additional homes, which equates to 12 more trips in the morning peak hour, so about 1 vehicle every 5 minutes, and 15 trips both in and out in the afternoon, which is 1 vehicle every 4 minutes. And so, given that length of time and the amount of time between the vehicle movements into and out of the property, we did an evaluation of the street network and the Bowles and Watson Lane intersection, and traffic will operate acceptably with this development. So, thank you.
I actually drive Bowles in the morning, and traffic from Middlebrook or Federal can back all the way up to Watson Lane. So how will that be impacted? For them getting out, let alone how many trips they make, but getting out.
Yeah, it's the same as it happens today with the traffic study that we do and the traffic analysis that we prepare. We actually do site observations of the intersection. We video our counts so that we can evaluate those. That backing up from Middlebrook to the access did not occur during our evaluation periods. However, if that does happen, then, the queue, once it backs to that location, the thought would be that hopefully we have courteous drivers that allow a gap for a vehicle to turn into in front of someone, which is typically what does occur in the peak hour for access locations. But however, this intersection is far enough away from that intersection, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Could we wait for further questions until the applicant is finished with the presentation? Are you done? Do you have anything else to present? You're finished?
We're finished.
Okay, for now. No, this is it. We'll be asking you questions.
Unless you have questions from drainage, and
We
we would
do.
also just reserve our period of time on the record, as would be standard in quasi-judicial procedure.
Excuse me, are you speaking of microphone? I'm not
Sorry
sure what
about
you're
that. I
asking
would
for.
just ask too that we would have some time for rebuttal at the end of testimony, as is traditional in a quasi-judicial matter.
Is that typical?
Yeah, yes, it's not uncommon after you hear from opponents and supporters of the project if there's anything applicant wants to respond to.
Okay, that's after the public speak. Okay, I do remember that now. Okay. Your presentation is done. Do we have any questions of the applicant?
Do you want to hear from the drainage person? Do you have questions of our drainage person?
Anybody want to hear from drainage?
At this time.
No, thank you.
All right.
Actually, I have a traffic engineering question.
Well, let's go around the horn here. We'll start this side. David, questions?
I don't think I have any questions right now.
Thank you. Andrew?
Good for now.
So one question for the traffic engineer, is there the flows in the evening peak, is there a turn lane, let me say it differently. Bowles, I think it's 2 lanes each way. Is there a center turn lane to make a left-hand turn into Watson Lane today?
Yes.
Okay, and how long is that? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, but I do have it.
Okay, I mean, it's not, it would accommodate, several cars, I assume.
Yes, correct. It's approximately 90 feet, so it would fit 4 to 5 vehicles.
Okay, if they backed up that way.
Correct.
And then what are your, Bowles actually sort of angles around a little bit, and when you're coming, at least the way it's set up, I guess, the plan is to have a fence up. So what sightline issues, when I did it the other day, I did it later in the evening, it was like 7. It was still light, but I had to wait a while to make sure I had enough lead time to actually get out even to turn east, let alone turning west. So my question to you is, how are you guys going to accommodate sight lines given the road sort of curves a little bit to make it easier for people who desire to turn left coming out of the subdivision?
Absolutely. That's a good question, and that's obviously something that we engineer when we do the design of the wall and any improvements that are along Bowles Avenue, but that'll be done part of the site planning process. Your public works director will know that, but in terms of looking at our site distance, we follow the AASHTO guidelines to determine what distances we need to be able to see, and just to make sure that then that area is clear and free from obstructions.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn, any other questions?
No, not right now.
Kurt?
I have a question maybe Jessica could answer. Do you know the density of Willowcroft in?
Yes, I do. I can pull it. Do you mind giving me just a moment?
Yeah, sure.
The fun thing about all these binders is they're full of information, but the trick is being able to access it quickly, right?
That again?
I don't have the total density in front of me. I know that it does include a large swath of open space. If you'll let me go back real quickly, I'll show you. So I would imagine that the density is pretty low. It's going to look a lot lower than ours. And but it includes a large portion of open space towards the back, which resembles exactly the buffer that we have against Columbine. I mean, against the Brookhaven side of the property. So if you look, there's this large portion back here. I know that the average lot sizes go from 0.16 to 0.172 is the largest lot size acres, and our lots are compatible. We have lots that are slightly smaller and lots that are larger than that.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else? Is it? RC?
No questions.
Couple of questions from me. The curb cut on the Kelly property, will that be used by the new development? I assume not. No. Okay. You don't need to get up. Second, it's just a general question. Well, any one of you can answer it, I guess. Toss-up question. You're highlighting the R3 area to the north of Bowles. The obvious question to ask is, why don't you just rezone R3 following R3 setbacks, height restrictions, lot coverage? And by the way, R3 is, for the general audience here, setbacks, front 20 feet, rear 20 feet, side, northwest is 5 feet, south and east is 10 feet, corner lot 10 feet.
So with some of the lots, we would certainly meet and exceed that. First of all, on an infill lot, zone districts generally were made for outfill, where you didn't have funny things that sort of encroached on the property on both sides and made it difficult to build in. So that's why planned development zone districts were actually created, so that to meet the intent of that district actually states a creative use of the land. So it allows you to be a little bit more flexible. And in the area of R3, there were some of the lots that, quite frankly, just wouldn't meet that and allow for it to look as creative as it does. It would have been much boxier, and it didn't allow the same level of play. We did run the numbers, and coincidentally, we could end up right at about the same density that we're at had we zoned R3. It just didn't make as much sense for other reasons to be creative with the land.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, we're going to take a 7.5-minute break here. And then we'll open it up to public comment. Just a little bit of background here. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. We will use the expression be courteous to speakers, whether it be for or against. Please refrain from snickering, applauding. Doesn't really help one way or the other. Never has. Those that officially represent a neighborhood or, say, a mayor or something, we will give additional time. We'll discuss that as soon as we go back into session. So, 7.5-minute break.
Past
10
time.
o'clock.
You know what that is? Okay. Okay, if everybody have a seat, please. We have a lot of speakers here. Andrea, I have a question. When do we have to vote to either continue this or continue on?
That would be 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay. So, like I said, each of you will have 3 minutes to speak. We have a timer. If you'll state your name and your address. And to try to be as brief as possible and get everybody in, if you agree with the last person or Mr. Joe from 5 speakers ago, please say I agree with him rather than repeat yourself, because this could go on for quite a while. We have 3 people that have asked to speak early because of small children. So being the dictator I am, we're going to go ahead and let these people speak first. Amber Chiarelli, I think it is. Is she here? Okay. Oh, yes. And I can't read. The next person up is Lana Brand or something of that nature. Brana. Okay. Go ahead and state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Amber Chiarelli, and the address is 3790 Dahlia Street, Denver. I'm here in support of the development. My husband and I recently moved to Denver, I'd say 5 years ago. We are basically who I imagine you'd see moving into a property or development like this. We came here after finishing graduate school, met, married, and are on our starter family. So I have a little 1-year-old at home. We essentially fell in love with Littleton after an experience with Littleton Adventist Hospital that was unexpected. We were a non-emergency transfer from a birthing center in Denver, and needless to say, transfer to a hospital while in labor is never fun, but we were greeted with open arms and had incredible service, incredible physicians and attendees. The midwifery group at Littleton was exceptional. So much so that we are expecting our second child and now commute about an hour to appointments. But we feel it's very worth it. We had recently begun looking for properties in Littleton because we hope to join the Littleton community. And also decided, instead of going to Anschutz for additional care outside of maternity, to again return to Littleton for care earlier this year. My husband and I currently have a property that requires quite a bit of maintenance, and we're looking just for something a bit smaller, less property maintenance, I would say, less area than we have currently. We've done the starter home and the older home, and we are looking for a new property to move into. When we had our experience at Littleton Hospital, we were pretty careful to ask the staff if they were actually Littleton residents or if they came from the Denver area. We were really eager to get a picture of what Littleton has as a community and who might we be involved with. And every single person on staff lived in the Littleton area. Everybody was a huge proponent of Littleton and the community and what it had to offer. They were very happy with the location, and so we really grew to love it. We've done quite a bit of exploration since then in the area. And we really hope to become active members of the Littleton community if possible and look forward to this development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Lon, and then Kim Braun is up. You're speaking together? You still have just 3 minutes. A minute and a half each, please.
Okay, I'll be quick. I'm Kim Braun. This is my husband, Lou Braun. We live at 7753 South Nevada Drive in Littleton. I am a real estate agent. I work for Colorado Home Realty. We have an office in Old Town Littleton and one in Highlands Ranch as well. My husband and I have been Littleton residents for 8 years now. We've got 3 young boys, 5, 3, and 1. Lots of testosterone in my house. And we really could not imagine raising our boys anywhere other than Littleton. We love it here for many reasons. Obviously, the fantastic school districts, the parks, the trails, you name it. In real estate, I work with a lot of first and second time home buyers who also desire to live in Littleton. And unfortunately, in this market, it's been extremely discouraging and extremely tough. Specifically near the Old Town Littleton, anytime a new listing comes active, it's like a feeding frenzy. Multiple offer situations, people are going crazy over asking price, waiving inspections, paying over appraisals, and it's kind of taken the enjoyment out of purchasing a home. So a handful of my clients have had to search other places like Highlands Ranch and Parker to find a house, which is unfortunate. So I think, when I think of this little niche of Littleton, specifically kind of close to that downtown Littleton area, you've got a lot of pockets. You've got the high-end $1 million houses. You've got the older, probably dated houses ranging in $350,000 to $850,000, give or take. Then you've got your apartment complexes. You've got your duplexes, your condos, but we're really lacking that new build, single-family homes at a reasonable price. It's just not there. I think many of my buyers especially, and I'm sure there's a lot of other buyers out there that would appreciate a new build and also take advantage of all that this established part of Littleton has to offer.
Well, you can see why I let her speak first. So I'm in full support of what she said. I also, given kind of what's been presented tonight, and I'd be eager to see a development like this. I'm working professionally both downtown and in Littleton. I'm for responsible development. I think this community represents that. I think that what the Clayton family represents is perfect for what Littleton needs, and going forward, what we want to see in terms of growth, and what I hope my kids and my sons get to have, that our peers who are having kids and others, coming en route, that they would have the opportunity to experience the pools, parks, lifestyle that Littleton has to offer in those schools. So, thank you.
Thank you. Patty Nepper is next, followed by Rob Rowland. By the way, Littletonites need to work on their penmanship. I've said it before. Why? What's that? They're doing the clock. Okay. Is Patty here? Yes, sir, that was the last meeting. I'm sorry?
Apparently, you got them.
Okay. Doesn't matter. I think they're all out of order, so I don't know what's order.
Lisa Spagnoli should be first.
Sorry.
Spagnoli.
So Lisa Spagnoli. So it's the one that has Lisa Spagnoli at the top.
All right.
It's the first one.
I don't know what the first one is.
They're not numbered.
It would be the first person on the list.
There he is.
There it is. Yeah. Guys, this is all out of order. I'm just going to do it the way I've got it, okay? You're up, though. That's the way it goes.
They're back. They're 2 pages. They're back to back.
Okay, next up,
All right.
by the way, is John Kurzensky. Again, I can't read it. Yes.
Borowski. Yeah. Okay, so I am Lisa Spagnoli. I am the president of the Watson Lane HOA, and it looks like I've got a little bit extra time, so I appreciate that.
Can you hold on a second? I wanted to take it up with the board. We'll let them speak. I think we talked about 6 minutes. We'll do 6 minutes.
Okay.
But only official representatives. Everybody else is 3 minutes.
Understood.
Go ahead.
So thank you very much. So I suggest to you today that you have a choice of whether to align your voting records, as well as my neighborhood's safety, health, and welfare, with what we believe is an irresponsible and an impractical proposal by the developer, or to stand with the earnest, hardworking Littleton residents who oppose the proposal, but are open to a responsible development of this land. We submit that you should not, in good conscience, recommend the radical rezoning for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning would permanently destroy the country lane character of our neighborhood. The current zoning allows for 7 homes to be built with the character and concern of the existing neighborhood in mind. The radical proposed development will cram 22 homes built primarily with the developer's profit margin in mind. With 20 additional acres on Watson Lane yet to be developed, rezoning of the Clayton Family Farms parcel could set a precedent that could cause further damage to the character and value of the neighborhood. We will show that the current application, in our legal opinion, with our legal experts, does not meet the zoning requirements for the parcel. We'll show that the current application does not meet the minimum threshold of 180,000 square feet. Beyond the desire for profit, the builder fails to demonstrate why the existing zoning and its restrictions are invalid, as the law requires. The current zoning is legally considered valid and appropriate for the existing neighborhood. I'm sure that you know that the Littleton City Council has received and denied radical rezoning applications of this nature because they felt it was their obligation to put the neighborhood first. And they believe that the concern and character of the adjacent neighbors and neighborhoods are paramount. I have submitted affidavits to the clerk containing 94 signatures of homeowners. The builder has indicated that they don't believe that those are applicable. I will say that 32 of those signatures are from homeowners. Sometimes a home is owned by more than one person, right? Homeowners on Watson Lane. There's 20 homes on Watson Lane and Little Haven. 100% of those owners have submitted an affidavit in opposition. And the majority of the Brookhaven and the other Willowcroft homeowners have also submitted affidavits. The homeowners have chosen to make their investment in their homes here because it's zoned to support a small town character. The care and concern of these current homeowners should be paramount. We will show that the proposed radical rezoning threatens the public health, safety, and general welfare of the neighborhood. The developer's inadequate drainage plan simply dumps runoff into the existing overburdened neighborhood drainage ditches, ponds, and streets, exposing us to potentially significant flooding and health risks. In addition, it's well known, I think that you've experienced this yourself, those who have visited the neighborhood, that the country lane nature of Watson Lane cannot support the traffic burden of high-density development. Among other significant risks, the developer does not address the grave safety issues of blocking sight lines for turns onto Bowles Avenue with an 8-foot brick wall. For these reasons, we believe, and many more, that the zoning application does not legitimately adhere to the city's comprehensive development plan, and we implore you to reject it. Having said this, our homeowners do not oppose the development of the property, only the radical rezoning application, We have in the past, and we have proof, and we continue to be willing to work with the owners of the Clayton Family Farms to come to a mutually agreeable solution for responsible and legal development of land. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is John Growski, who is not in favor of the project and wishes to speak. Next up is Tom Williams.
My name is John Karowski. I'm the property owner of 5930 South Watson Lane, and I'd like to provide a little bit of history. I am one of the original builders and partners in the building and developing of the Watson Lane community. When we first considered Watson Lane over 16 years ago, it was not a pretty site. The property was built, maintained with shoddy animal enclosures, a lot of man-made debris, and a structure that was more of a shack than a home, and a kind of a half road. But what we envisioned was an opportunity to design and build a little neighborhood with a country lane, a chance to reflect back on a little bit of history of Littleton with its agricultural roots and water ditches to carry water to the farm crops. Yes, there was a watering ditch on Watson Lane. We wanted to save that ditch even though the water rights were abandoned and not maintained. We designed a beautiful country setting with one lane in and a revitalized water ditch that divided the other lane out. The city staff loved it. We loved it. But the Denver Water Board's road requirement did not allow us to complete that part of our dream and vision. We worked very closely with the city staff to work within the zoning requirements for the ground called Watson Lane. We created a highly effective plan that was approved by the staff, enthusiastically supported by the board and city council. We wanted to save as many trees as possible. We wanted and needed something that was not a typical street, not with double sidewalks and curbs, but something that felt like a lane. It was agreed that we'd have only one sidewalk, thus allowing more grass and a more open lane feeling. Our lot and home sizes are a complement to our neighbors to the north, to the west, the south, and yes, even the golf course to the east. The open feeling between homes and the restriction of fences all added more to a country lane feeling. The proposed plan would have a negative impact on the country lane feel and the all-important characteristic of Watson Lane. I ask that you reject the current Clayton proposal. It's not even close to a compatible design. But like Lisa, I will tell you that we are open and we want to work something out with a developer, but we do want to have something better than a 300% increase in the density of that property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tom Williams, who's against the project, wishes to speak, followed by Cliff Owens.
Hi, my name's Tom Williams. I'm been in Colorado my whole life, went to Columbine High School, graduated from Metro State College, worked through college. Just a few things I'd like to say.
Say your address, please.
18 Brookhaven Lane.
Thank you.
If you gentlemen and lady can see the board behind you, this is our house, my wife Wendy and ours house right here. We are pretty close to this development. We have not been notified by anyone ever about this subdivision. One of the things that Mr. Healy said, the very last thing he said is that it's designed to fit into our neighborhood. I'm not exactly positive that this will fit with our neighborhood. So this was the neighborhood, but that's currently there. You can see that there's not a lot of density with that project. One of the I'm sorry, guys. I think I went too far. One of the things I wanted to mention was that's the floodplain right there. This area right here is the floodplain. Another thing I'd like to mention is that Mr. Healy is saying that the current development needs to be rezoned to 5 homes, 6 homes per acre. And the development was built where our home is 12 years old, and for some reason the zoning seemed to work 12 years ago when our home was built. So that's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Cliff Owens, followed by Garrett Graff. Cliff Owens is opposed to the project, wishes, of course, to speak. Here he is.
I am the what? Well, you just said something?
No, nothing.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I am Cliff Owens, and good evening, and I am the president of the Brookhaven Homeowners Association, which is the owner of the property that abuts to the proposed Clayton Farms.
Could you give us your address, please?
Oh, sure. It's 42 Brookhaven Drive.
And we'll give you 6 minutes due to your presidency, as you say, of the Homeowners Association? Got it. Okay.
I appreciate that. I don't think I'll take that long. But our property abuts to the proposed Clayton Farms and on both the western and the south side boundaries. And I'd like to thank all of you for letting us come here and speak tonight. My comments are going to focus on the conditions set forth in an existing easement agreement that we've already spoken about tonight that pertains to the property at the corner of Bowles and Brookhaven Lane and is owned by Jeff and Dawn Kelly, and how that easement makes the site submitted by the developer deceptive and inapplicable. The developers indicated that they've already purchased or come to a purchase agreement with the Kellys for that property, which, as we've spoken, is about 6,250 square feet. With that property, they exceed the limit of 180,000 square feet, which is the threshold for reconsidering rezoning. However, there are at least 2 buildings, 2 houses that are occupying either partially or entirely that portion of land in the site plan. Under an easement or restrictive agreement that Brookhaven owns, the houses as proposed cannot legally be built on the Kelly property for the following reasons. In part, that agreement states, the owners of the property agree not to construct any improvements, building or structure on or change the color or surfaces on any improvement, building or structure on the property without the written approval of Brookhaven HOA and pursuant to the declarations. And the declarations in this instance are the Brookhaven declarations of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and the associated design guidelines. Now, the design guidelines could meet the current zoning or could be satisfied by the current zoning, but cannot be met under the higher densities submitted by Clayton Farms. Therefore, the site cannot be developed as they propose. The restrictions run with the land and cannot be unilaterally vacated unless Brookhaven and the developer agree in writing. Brookhaven HOA has not signed and will not sign such an instrument given the existing proposal set forth by the developer. So what's the implication on the site? The developer must either secure Brookhaven HOA's agreement to the design of the houses to be built or leave the Kelly property as is. If left as is, that property and the square footage of that property should not be included in the application. And as such, the area of the property that can be developed at a higher density does not meet the required threshold for the rezoning consideration. The developer knows this, that this easement does exist, and contrary to what Jessica says, I have not been contacted in the last, at least 18 months. They contacted us early on when they had a much higher density proposal. We were not even interested in discussing that at that time because at that time it was just more or less a figment of their imagination. We are very willing to sit and have open discussions about an appropriate plan. And if we do not have those discussions, then the Brookhaven HOA will be left to exercise our option, our legal rights to pursue under the easement agreement. Now, I have copies of the easement agreement that I would like to put into the record. I believe you should have all received a copy of my letter along with the easement agreements, and I don't know whether that's appropriate or not, but I could put those into record if necessary.
You can give them to you.
Okay, I will do that. So in conclusion, we're asking the planning board to unanimously deny the Clayton Farm rezoning request because the plan as presented is deceptive and impractical given the existing legal rights. Thank you very much, and do you have any questions?
We don't ask questions of speakers.
So you don't have any?
We listen. Next up, Garrett Graff, who's, well, I don't know if he's for or against, wants to speak. He obviously wants to speak. Followed by Rich Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Garrett Graff. I am the attorney on behalf of Watson Lane HOA. So for that, I would request 6 minutes.
No, 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. I appreciate you letting us come here to speak to you tonight. Just on a quick aside, I would note that my wife and I are also looking to move into Littleton, and we are certainly looking for houses. We've put in a number of offers in Littleton, and while some of the other assertions here tonight have been, certainly true, I would also state too that if I were to buy property across from vacant land, I would be reliant upon what that zoning is, and to have such a radical departure from that 4 or 5 years later after buying, that would be a very difficult proposition to stomach. So I certainly understand and obviously agree with my clients. With regards to the easement that follows, that Mr. Owens just spoke with you about, there's really two options. Either the 180,000 square foot threshold that some of the board members tonight have brought up either is not met, or alternatively, the plan that has been stated that we genuinely want to develop 22 homes simply cannot legally be done. And so I would urge the board that at the very least, this plan needs to be tabled for further discussion, for further questioning. I noted a number of incomplete statements or questions about the application earlier this evening, and to be considering something that is conceptual, but asking this board to bind itself to the decision is deceptive, disingenuous, you pick the adjective. Without the Kelly property, the property cannot be developed. It's 177,000 square feet. And to the idea that we're not cooperative or Brookhaven's not been cooperative, we issued a letter to this board several months ago. I only received a phone call from another attorney in Ms. Alzade's office a week ago on the drainage issue alone. And I responded to that call within 48 hours because I want to meaningfully address this with the board, with the developer, as do my clients. Any conversations that happened over 18 months ago, I think is perhaps misleading. To answer a few questions or misstatements, another board member asked what the Willowcroft density is. That density is 3, which is less than the 6 that is noted for this redevelopment. The current proposed zoning, or the current zoning of the proposed site is under 2, and that would be quadrupled 4 times to over 6. That's a drastic, and radical deviation. Now, I'm not saying we're sitting here saying we want the only zoning 1.6, that's it. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is we want to talk. We want meaningful discussion. We want a meaningful solution that's good for the city of Littleton, both residents now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Rich Giles, who's against the project, wishes to speak. And then after him, we have Cab Baldwin.
My name is Richard Giles.
I live at 27 Brookhaven Trail, Columbine Valley. Our property lies on the west of Watson Lane and also on the south border of the property. So I sit right on the corner. Our property butts both situations. Colorado law states that the existing zoning shall be presumed to be accurate unless conditions have changed such that it is no longer accurate. We don't feel that there's been any change. The developments over the past 15 years demonstrate that the conditions in the neighborhood have not changed. If you look at the developments on Watson Lane Reserve, what's happened there, Brookhaven, Columbine Valley Estates. The applicant has argued that the property cannot be profitably developed as zoned. The economic profit of the developer is not a relevant consideration under the law. And there are 7 homes in Brookhaven and 5 on Watson Lane, the same distance from Bowles as the homes in the Clayton family farms would be. So we are against the proposed building project as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you. Cab Baldwin, who's against the project, wishes to speak, followed by Steve McElwitz, I think. State your name and address, please.
Cab Baldwin, 73 Brookhaven Drive, Columbine Valley. I am a member of Brookhaven HOA, which owns the property on the south and west border of the proposed rezoning referred to in development documents as Tract I. The proposal changes the amount and characteristics of stormwater discharge, making an already bad situation worse. A drainage study was required for the application as an important part of the rezoning process because the city does not want drainage dumped onto public right-of-way, at least according to the December review comments that the city made. Each of you, if someone said they wanted to create a project to discharge large amounts of water flooding your property, wouldn't you first question what gives them the right? The developer has no right, zero right, to dump discharge onto Tract I, as their proposal states they will do. The easement, Brookhaven Homeowners Association owns Tract I for use at its sole discretion. Here's a copy of our deed. I'd like to make that a part of the record. The easement on Tract I, which the developer claims the right to use, was vacated by the town of Columbine Valley and no longer exists, contrary to developer claims. Here's a copy of the vacation of easement. I'd like to make that a part of the record. The developer has neither sought nor obtained permission from Brookhaven as required by the city in its December review comments. The CLOMR that's referred to is actually an acronym for Conditional Letter of Map Revision. It's relied on by the developer, but it was actually issued conditionally by FEMA for a different project in 2008 and is absolutely irrelevant because before you get an actual letter of map revision as opposed to a conditional one, you've got to show that you can build what you're talking about in the conditional. There is no CLOMR for this project, either requested or granted, because the city requests a CLOMR, and they have not done that. The city has requested the developer provide assurance from the Corps of Engineers that no permit will be required. There is no record of a jurisdictional determination under Corps rules. Consequently, there's no basis for concluding that no permit's required. The material misrepresentations by the developer in these and other areas raise the question for this group. Does the city care about the proven misrepresentations by the developer in this process, or is the truth irrelevant? If you care about the truth,
Excuse me,
At
sir, your
least
time
table
is
the
up.
application and require the developer to tell the truth and document its statements in a concept that's not patently infeasible.
Thank you. Steve, I think Mackelwitz, excuse me?
Very close.
Okay, I got lucky. To be followed by Brick Wagner. Steve is against the project?
I am.
Go ahead.
My name is Stephen Malkowitz. I live at 5960 South Watson Lane, so I'm the last house on Watson Lane to the south, which is the high ground, which is really good news for me. It's high by about 2 feet. I want to talk about the stormwater drainage issues. Cab, haven't met him before, but I talked to him, said he was going to talk about something. I said, well, you got to tell him what's going on there. Why is this a problem? The problem is that the existing drainage is a problem. It doesn't work very well. The plan that they're putting forth does not meet the long-term plan that was set out for drainage in this entire area. So when they develop it, they're going to make an existing problem even worse. The root cause is that the drainage from Platte Canyon Road all the way to the west, all of that drains into our backyards. It doesn't go past there. It doesn't go out on the golf course because the golf course is higher. So it drains everything from Willowcroft and 2 more, not on the map, high-density subdivisions that are just to the west of Willowcroft. They all drain to the same ditch. And the water that's going to go into this development that they're proposing goes into the ditch. It has to go the length of one house to the ditch ends. So they're putting more water in at the end of the ditch, and from there it just sits and soaks. This is a picture. It's kind of hard to see, but if you turn around for a second. Frank took this picture last year in June. This is water that was sitting. This picture was taken by a person standing in Seb and Lisa's backyard. So they're standing in the backyard of a house on Watson Lane. The water that's shown here has been pooling here. The high water mark was right here where the grass was green and then all the grass was laid down because of the water. Water pooled there, from mid-April till mid-June. We couldn't do anything about it. It just sat there. There was no drainage off. It had to wait till it finally evaporated. The net result is that Seb and Lisa's home had a sump pump running continuously for 2 months. Mike and Ludi had had 4 sump pumps running for 2 months. Since I was on the high ground, one of my sump pumps ran for 3 weeks, another ran solid for a week. The closer you are to the drainage ditch, the more water that goes into it, the more it soaks into the ground and the more it has to be pumped out. The 1985 Columbine Valley Outflow Study recommended for all this area, Brookhaven and our area, that there not be less than 45% impervious surface. All 4 of the existing high-density homes up there are less than that significantly, and this program is also 20% less than the minimum. They're adding to a very significant problem. We either have a bad plan that was put in place, or it's bad now because all of these subdivisions are ignoring it. We need to stop allowing people to have so much impervious land and ignore the drainage problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brooke Wagner, who is, against the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Brad Nepper.
Thank you. Again, my name is Brooke Wagner. I live at 5840 South Watson Lane, which happens to be right across the street where the proposed entrance to this development will be. I have 3 children, small children that love to play in the street, I might add. And I would also like to say that I agree with everything that has already been stated in opposition. I would like to talk about the traffic concerns that we have for Watson Lane. I appreciate the applicant's traffic engineer and his comments. I will state that it was very focused in on Watson Lane itself and the current traffic that is there. Did not address the Bowles traffic that already exceeds 3,000 vehicles per hour during rush hour. Our lane, as it is right now, we feel as residents, it's already difficult to turn into Watson Lane. I noticed earlier that the very first question, onto Bowles, I apologize, from Watson Lane onto Bowles. I noticed earlier the first question that was asked was actually about traffic and the concerns there. It sounds like you had driven the road and had experienced that. This project itself would double the amount of traffic on our street as it stands right now, but we're actually concerned about the precedent that it would set for another 20 acres that we have as a potential to be developed at the end of Watson Lane. At the density that is proposed, that could be a potential of another 100 homes. That would actually that would actually make it 5 times the current traffic that is coming off of Watson Lane right now. The Public Works Director, Mark, made the statement earlier that Watson Lane, as it stands right now, is already less than Littleton standard today for a road. And this is the potential we see with setting this kind of precedence for this type of density. Another concern that we have is also just as we are turning off of Watson Lane, the sight line that has been mentioned several times, and the wall that would be proposed to be built at the back of these dwellings. Brookhaven, to the west of us, actually had this same concern, and the developer had to actually build a separate turning lane in and out for them because of the sight lines and the dangers associated there. And we would have that same issue. And it's interesting to me that they had to address it in that way because of the concern, especially if we were to have 5 times the traffic coming out of Watson Lane. It was also mentioned that the turning lane to come into Watson Lane off of Bowles as you are heading west would actually accommodate 4 to 5 cars. I don't know if when that question was asked, did anybody notice there were about a dozen people around the room who had 2 fingers stuck up about how many cars would actually be able to turn left right now? That is everybody who lives on our street right now. It is about 2 cars we feel like at any given time can actually turn into Watson Lane. If we were to have 5 times the homes on our street, that traffic would actually back up into Bowles and potentially actually stop traffic on Bowles, which is already very busy, as you know, at rush hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Knepper, who is against the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Gene Trainer.
Hello, I'm Brad Knepper. I live at 5830 South Watson Lane and next door to Brook, so just directly across from the project. I was added kind of as a last-minute brief response to a comment made to a Channel 7 reporter last week, again, about the communication that we've had with the Watson development. I was served last year as vice president of the HOA with Jason Wagner, who's also here. So we had a fair amount of interaction at the beginning of the project. We are no longer in those offices today, but we've had a wonderful experience with the Claytons all through the last 8 or 9 years, and I had, mostly because my kids kick our balls into their driveway and toys and all that kind of thing, I think. But Glenn and I spoke periodically, and I made an offer to Glenn to acquire the property unencumbered about 1.5 years ago. We received a response back from Clayton as the representative for the property and the project. We met with Clayton, Jessica, and Brian at their office about 1 year ago. I believe it was March. Jason and I did, perfectly willing to talk and communicate about alternative plans. We did not emphatically say, we did not say 7 homes are the only thing that we would consider. And I think speaking to Cliff, that was the same. He also did not have that response come from Brookhaven. We simply said we didn't agree with the proposed density, and we asked for to come back and propose, other options. We've always assumed that there would be some development there. We love looking across and seeing the farm, but we assumed there'd be houses there. We just never assume that the current project would be part of it. And I think just some of the other communication that came, a few things have been added now after Jessica's comments, that we have 20 members that we know all signed letters, so I'm not sure. I have to wonder where some of those numbers came from. We have well over 9 members from Littleton here in the room today, and if that's where those numbers have been boiled down to, I have to question some of the accuracy of the rest of the information. But I have not received, I emailed just inquiring 2 months ago to Clayton, and of course asking if they were still moving forward with the project and including my interest again, and without a response. And we did not receive a response on our request for a counter proposal. So that's been my experience with communication, and I think from what I understand, it's been the same with the Brookhaven group. So, thanks.
Thank you. Gene Trainer is against the project, wishes to speak. Next up, it would be Jason Wagner.
My name is Jean Trainer. I live at 5910 South Watson Lane. Tonight, we
presented a lot of technical data to the members of the board. I would like to speak to you on a more personal level. I'm wondering if members of the board have actually driven down Watson Lane. Do you know my street? Now, Mr. Stallman, I believe you said that you have been down Watson Lane, and I thank you for doing that. If the other board members haven't done so, I would really urge you to take out 2 minutes out of your busy day and drive down Watson Lane. It's a beautiful street. We have mature trees, we have nice houses, we actually have a horse barn at the end of the street. And it's a very quiet street because it dead ends at Millhaven Development. When you've heard when John Kurowski and his partners drew up the plans for Watson Lane, they tried to make it look like a country street. And that's how we who live there like to think of it. It's a tiny, tiny little piece of country amidst the craziness that's Bowles and Santa Fe. So if you would go and see Watson Lane, if you would see Little Haven, if you would see the houses in Brookhaven that will be directly impacted by this proposed development, I don't think you could honestly say that 5.2 homes per acre surrounded by an 8-foot-high wall is consistent with the neighbors. And as far as I understand, consistency is really a very, very big part in deciding rezoning cases. I'd also like to ask the board, is it right to change the character of existing neighborhoods so that a developer can put in more units and obviously make more money? Now, I know everywhere you look now, it seems more and more, greater and greater density, as if more homes and more people can solve any problem that a town has. And I don't really think that's true. Wouldn't it be nice if Littleton was known as a town that didn't buckle under the pressures from a developer for greater density? And I would urge you to listen to the growing vocal opposition from your citizens. So these are just a few things that I really hope you would think about when you sit down and make your decision. And please don't destroy the gem that you have right here in Littleton, that is Watson Lane. I thank you for your time.
By the way, we do encourage board members to visit the site, to familiarize themselves with the site, things you can't just see with a map or drawing. Next up, we have Jason Wagner, who didn't say whether he's for or against. He obviously wishes to speak. Frank Trainer is on board.
Thank you. I'm Jason Wagner. I am opposed. I live at 5840 South Watson Lane. I am directly across the street. You heard my better half speak a moment ago. I hope to speak as well. My 4 years as HOA president ended last spring, and so I was involved. I was in that meeting with Brad Nepper, with the developer, who is in joint partnership with the homeowners, and so they're vested in the development of the project. So I was with them. Also significantly disagree with the quotes around what we were purported to say. Those are a little misrepresented. We are interested in reasonable development, and we're open to that. What I want to speak to you about is the application does not further the comprehensive development plan. Every single residential project currently under the city's activity list is for higher density, and I understand that because the developers are the ones putting those forward, but sometimes low density should be part of a city's plan. As stated on the website, littletongov.org, it talks about zoning and streetscapes and preservation. It talks about the character of our community and looking out for that, and I applaud you for the great questions that you asked earlier to those ends. And I appreciate the thought that you're putting in this and ask you to continue to do so. We've talked about the wall, and I keep seeing a lot of shaking heads, and they'll correct us. I think where we saw it was in the covenants that they can build 8-foot privacy fences or walls or something on all 4 sides of their houses. And so I think whether it's a brick wall or whatever it is, it's somewhere stated as 8 foot, 4 sides of the house, and it does make that Bowles intersection much more dangerous with that kind of site restriction. with the impervious soil, in addition to the elevation change, that runoff, which you've heard a lot about, we just really, really wish that you guys dig into that more because it's a challenge per the city's self-admission. We'd like that challenge figured out on the front end versus the back end, if at all humanly possible. The proposed development is not necessarily an efficient use of the property in our mind. It is a maximum development plan unless someone would consider a high-rise a possibility on that property. So there's no less dense or more dense option than commercial or public multi-units in terms of zoning. So please consider the community in that process. I remember the community meeting that they spoke of, and Mr. Kelly came into that meeting, and from the top step before he stepped into that meeting, he yelled at the entire room about how inappropriate this was and how the developer hadn't contacted him, and about how difficult this was on him in terms of stress and what this looked like. And it is that same level of stress to the homeowners that live there and call that home.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, you're Frank Trainer, is that correct?
No, I'm Jason Wagner. I'm the former HOA president during some of this other time. So anyway, we oppose the development as planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Frank Trainer, who didn't say yes or no, wishes to speak. Up next would be Bill Dotson.
Thank you. Frank Trainer, 5910 South Watson Lane. And I've been the principal front person for Watson Lane for the past year and a half as part of this process. Several points of clarification, and thank you for your diligence in this process. We appreciate it. There has been no contact with Watson Lane to discuss this development in the past 18 months, other than the invitation to an open house in January 2015 and what Brad Nepper described in his conversations with Clayton. The surrounding developments have their own substantial drainage swales. This property has a very minimal drainage swale, which you can see on the east side of it. The applicant does not have, as Cab described, a clomer on this project. It's an inaccurate statement. And finally, I want to clarify, in front of classifications, the idea of fences and walls. Our development has only allowed fences in the backyard. The HOA that they put together allows fences in the back, side, and front yard. The wall that we were discussing is only on the Bowles Avenue. That's what we're referring to. The plan I saw called it 8 feet. If I misinterpreted the plan, then I misinterpreted it. It is a wall along Bowles that creates a significant safety hazard for people trying to pull out of our road. We are not against development. You've heard that from everybody, just about everybody tonight, including Brookhaven. We'd like to have a conversation about what we consider to be responsible development. It has not happened. This is, forgive me, being jammed down our throat. We would urge the board not to interpret diversity, which is in the comprehensive plan, as always meaning higher density. I think lower density can be part of the overall mix in the city of Littleton. So far, it has only been interpreted as higher density. Every single project on the city's current list is for higher density. We do not accept, as you just heard Jason say, that the plan furthers the city's comprehensive development plan for all the reasons that he stated. And we would urge the board to ask for further review of this legal issue surrounding the Kelly property. This is an enormous issue. And as you heard, the legal counsel for the city just got 24 hours to review it. And here we are today. It's such an important thing. And he's basically making it up on the fly as we go along. I think that we would recommend that alone be reason for further examination. Finally, as my wife said, we live in a beautiful neighborhood, and we'd like to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Dotson is against the project, wishes to speak, followed by Jill Vaskin, or 1056. Atwood Circle. It's up next.
Good evening. My name is Bill Dotson. I live at 67 Brookhaven Drive.
I am a trustee for the town of Columbine Valley and I'm representing them here tonight, and I am the planning trustee for the town.
I'm sorry, you are the what?
Planning trustee for the town of Columbine Valley. So I would hope I would get maybe the 6 minutes you talked about earlier. It'll only take me 4.
You'll be the only one that's allowed 6 minutes. We'll allow one per for Brookhaven. If you're the one, fine.
I'm representing the town of Columbine Valley.
Columbine Valley, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm the only one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, the rest will have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to address you relative to the application here this evening, and it has been reviewed by both our planning and our zoning commission along with the Board of Trustees. While our board fully recognizes that Littleton has the ultimate responsibility and authority concerning the proposed land use, because the subject property borders next to 2 HOAs in Columbine Valley, we feel it's appropriate for us to make known our concerns. First is our feeling that the proposal lacks the traditional justification for a zoning change based on the square footage of the Clayton farm property. Others who are opposed to this application have cited the relevant criteria surrounding the 180,000 square foot requirement for zoning. But with that aside, there are 3 areas where the town of Columbine Valley would like to voice our concerns. First, the proposed development appears substantially out of character with the adjoining neighborhoods, Brookhaven Estates, Columbine Valley Estates, as well as Watson Lane Reserve. Density unit levels for the 3 HOAs I just referenced are under 1.6 units per acre versus the proposed 6.4 units proposed by the Clayton Farm. Willowcrop, by the way, I can tell you from the town perspective, is 2.7 units per acre. Lot sizes on the 3 bordering HOAs are from 3 to 8 times larger than they proposed, than that is what's being proposed for Clayton. There is limited open space noted, whereas Brookhaven and Columbine Valley estates have between 20 to 25% open space with pedestrian, bike, park, and golf cart connectivity. None of these desirable features can be accommodated in the Clayton farm plan due to the high density level. Many of the proposed setbacks are 5 to 8 feet from the front, side, and the rear property lines, which is far afield from any surrounding property and will radically change the character of Watson Lane, both for Littleton as well as Columbine Valley. Also, I would like to point out the traffic issues on the Bulls Corridor are a major concern for Columbine Valley, as I'm sure they are for Littleton. The traffic study that accompanied the application projected traffic through 2017, adding in only the 22 proposed homes. Within Columbine Valley, along Watson Lane, there are parcels of land that could add another 25 to 50 homes over the next several years based on our zoning standards. 100 homes if the same density level were to be allowed as is being this Clayton family farm proposal. We believe a more realistic view should take into account traffic out 15 to 20 years, particularly when considering the intersection of Watson Lane and Bowles is already a troublesome intersection. We would urge Littleton and the applicant to work for meaningful ways to address the traffic issue during the planning process. Finally, our town engineers have expressed reservations over the adequacy of the drainage study that was submitted with the application, specifically how it could impact the Brookhaven development. We would request the opportunity to discuss those and have them addressed at the appropriate time in your review process. In summary, the town of Columbine Valley recommends that greater consideration be given to bringing the development into something more compatible with surrounding communities that exist in both Littleton and Columbine Valley. Based on our review of the proposed plan, it is clear to our planning department that this proposal would require significant reductions in the density levels, along with more fully addressing the traffic issue before it would receive consideration of a formal review. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give this a try. Jill
Yaskin.
Buskin?
Yaskin.
Oh, sorry.
Sorries. Yeah,
follow-
Jill Yaskin. I am for this project. My address is
Can you give me your address, please?
10560 Atwood Circle.
Thank you.
Highlands Ranch. I'm for this project. I was born and raised in Littleton. I love Littleton. I have 4 kids. They just left for college, and my husband and I are professionals. We love to be able to live in this community. We like the access to downtown, to the light rail, to the shops, to the restaurants. I would like to take advantage of being close to Arapahoe Community College. They have offer many classes down there. I think Littleton needs this project because of the price point. There's nothing out there in this price point right now, and the proposal will put a lot of people out of that price point. I encourage people to open their minds to this project, and even though we have a lot of opposition this evening, I think it would be beneficial to Littleton to have a little project like this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gary and Karen Nersfall, or they're against the project, do not wish to speak. Joni Lilienthal or something, Lilienthal is against the project, does not wish to speak. Brooke Bontrager, again, I can't read it, is for the project, wishes to speak.
So Brooks Bontrager, 1271 East Bates Parkway. So I'm in support of the project. I'm a husband, I'm a father of 3 children, all under the ages of 5. So as you can imagine, I have my hands full. I work in international business in Tech Center, but my roots are similar to what was shared earlier, very rural. I don't know if I could tell you the population of the city I grew up in. Probably under 100. We probably had more cows, chickens, and horses than we did people. But from those kind of humble beginnings, really took off on a course towards education, international business. But Littleton played a really important role in that journey. After college, I had school debt, and I wanted to go back to China to study the language. Littleton is where I landed. It was my home base as I took on a roughneck role on the western slope. And Littleton was my home base, and I loved it. I ran the Platte, spent time downtown, and really connected with it, and that's why we came back. So fast forward, I was able to make it because of the opportunities that were provided, make it international, lived in China, studied, lived in Europe, met my wife in Barcelona, was married, started a family. 5 years ago, moved back, got a job at Western Union, also working internationally still, traveling a lot. We're looking for, 5 years ago, looking for a place that offered access to international, to the airport, but also gave us the small town feel. And that's what Littleton was. When we were looking, we actually ended up not being able to find something in our price range at that time. So I ended up moving in Englewood. But fast forward now, our kids are now entering school. They're actually in Littleton schools. Our daughter is starting kindergarten next year, and we'll have another one in pre-K. So lots of driving. And our vision is to move south, move back. And this type of project would be exactly what we'd be looking for. Young professionals with families looking for opportunities. We love Littleton downtown. We love the feel. We love to be able to walk. We love outdoors. But we love that local feel. We go to the Buck Center even from where we live now. Love the historic farm. And in hearing some of the arguments, it's actually, to me, was a little bit humorous to think of my family as something that would be a radical change or something that would be a risk to the neighborhood. In fact, I think it would be incredibly positive, not only for our family, but also for the town of Littleton. So thank you. Definitely in support.
Thank you. Scott Clayton is for the project, does not wish to speak. Barb and Garlianne Dingus is against the project, do not wish to speak. Tony Gratella is against the project, does not wish to speak. Nancy Leprino is against the project, does not wish to speak. David Henry, against the project, wishes to speak.
Hello, my name is David Henry. I live at 2 South Little Haven Lane in Columbine Valley, Littleton. I just have I don't want to repeat a lot of the things that have gone on, but I do want to address a little bit of our standing. Someone kind of inferred that because we weren't in Littleton, we may not have standing. One of my neighbors gave me a tax statement from Arapahoe County, and the amount of money that goes to Littleton schools from Columbine Valley is significant. So I think all of us in Columbine Valley certainly have legitimate conversations in Littleton. Whether it be the setbacks, the road size, the 20 acres yet to be developed, there's just so many issues here that it's incomprehensible that it would be passed on a preliminary plan. I'm not sure which plan we're supposed to look at tonight, but certainly it's preliminary at best. I think one of the things that struck me about why a rezoning would take place, and the developer asserted that the project was not economical absent the radical variances proposed in the application. Can't imagine that profitability for a developer should be consideration for anybody's rezoning of twice what is currently in place. So again, I'm vice president of the Homeowners Association. I'm going to advocate my time to someone else.
Thank you. I'm not even going to attempt the next name. The address is 3426 West Powers. I don't know if it's he or she is they're against the project, do not wish to speak. We've got one page out of the way. Nick, what's that? Slinkovich, thank you. I think I need an interpreter here. Who's against the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Teki, same last name. Do you want to speak together, or?
Well, we will be efficient in that way.
Yes. Yes, so I'm Nick Slinkovich, 5820 South Watson Lane, directly across from the Clayton property. And I would just echo a lot of what the others have here said tonight in terms of the lack of communication we've had about this property and its development. I have not had any notification, at least in the last 18 months, and can reflect what the others have said on that. I moved to Littleton because it wasn't Highlands Ranch and because it wasn't Denver. And we've chosen to put our family here as well as invest and build a small business in this community. And I feel like this is a significant and a radical departure from what I set out to purchase when I purchased really just 2.5 years ago on Watson Lane. And at that time, I was the person that looked at the zoning of the property as part of my due diligence across the way and made that as part of my purchase decision. And this does seem to be a very radical departure from that zoning. I'm not opposed to development. I think we all have reinforced that here, but a lot of what was said and summarized in terms of the traffic, I think, is a significant issue. I know that when you're driving eastbound on Bowles, you do need to slow down quite a bit to be able to make the right turn into the property. And at that point, it gets to be frustrating for cars that are behind you how much you slow down. It is a very sharp turn onto what's been pointed out to be a small street, smaller than the standards. And the same would be happening again, turning left into the property, into the street from coming westbound with that turning lane. Certainly 2 cars is the maximum it's going to fit there with, unless you are to slow down in the main lane of traffic well before pulling into the lane, and you definitely feel like you are slowing the flow of traffic. So if there were to be 3 cars there, the next car is going to have to simply sort of stop well before or come close to stopping. And if we just looked at the Google Maps representation of this. I know that's not definitive, but there's really no room to extend that turn lane because there's a double turn lane going on to Federal in the opposite direction that you would have to encroach to allow any additional access for lengthening the left-hand turn lane into the property. I think I'll let Terry speak.
Yeah. The conceptual images and statistics that we've seen here tonight on paper are sometimes really difficult to align with reality. The reality that we experience is that, the traffic studies that were spoken of here this evening suggest that increasing traffic by tripling the zoning is insignificant. We heard it was so insignificant that there's not a possibility of a light at Bowles and Watson. We have 2 teenage drivers in our home currently. Next year, we will have 4 teenage drivers in our home. I don't turn left out of Watson Lane right now because at any time of day, it's dangerous for us to do so. And so the increased density and the traffic is a significant safety issue for those of us who access that on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Pam Chadbourne, who's got a question mark, whether she's for or against, wishes to speak. Next up, Carol Brejak, who is for the project and also wishes to speak.
I brought a few copies. They're preliminary, not exactly the same. What's the impact of rezoning for proposed Clayton Family Farms?
Could you give your name and address?
My name is Pam Chadbourne. My address is on the sign-up sheet. I'm in District 1. I think my city's planning board and city staff don't know what the impact of this rezoning would be. We need growth policies and plans in place to decide rezonings fairly and to benefit our city. So, folks, you need to develop a growth plan for our future and a task management schedule to produce this, and then implement it into our products and put aside the staff-driven, developer-driven zoning code update, be self-determined, and finally do desperately needed planning for our city. How can anyone determine the impact of approving this rezoning request? Where's our integrated growth plan? You've already heard a couple people refer to this. Columbine Valley, Arapahoe County, Jefferson County, Douglas County, corridor plans, which you folks are supposed to be producing. Where's our traffic plan? Congestion is already bad. You need to mitigate that, not make it worse. So let me make sure I leave time for this. There are 4 projects coming up in 3 jurisdictions. Tonight is Clayton Family Farms. Tomorrow, in Columbine Valley, they're hearing the Wild Plum Tuck property. That's 105 acres in the middle of Columbine Valley. Now, that density isn't great, but the access is onto Platte Canyon, and this is a system, folks. It's not a single one-by-one approval. On Tuesday, August 2nd, Arapahoe County is going to consider Littleton Valley Villas up at the southwest corner of Platte Canyon and Bowles. And you know what? That started out in Littleton, and they moved to Arapahoe County. So you need to know about all of those and the accumulated effect, and those are not the last ones, as already been pointed out. And NSER is going to develop on Santa Fe, and traffic displaced from Santa Fe is going to move up to Federal and Lowell and Platte Canyon. So let me just point out there's a map there, and there's a lot more than what I've mentioned. And I'll just point out quickly, that's where the Tuck site is in NSER. Those are further down, but the traffic is a corridor. The traffic's already bad, and people already use other routes around. I just want to point out, Littleton Valley Villas in Littleton was talked down to 48 units. Now it's up to 50 units in 7 buildings. So it's denser, and that's a bad corner already. So anyway, folks, we don't have enough information to decide this, and I'd like you to get back to that business. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Brezak. I'm a little out of order. Carol Carson will be next.
I'm Carol Brezak. I live in the 4th District. You know, I've been in front of you multiple times and have been in this chamber for more hours than I would ever admit to anybody. And I've been up here and opposed development. I've sat in the audience and kept my mouth shut. None of the issues or the development were in my backyard. But I've decided to come out and support this project tonight because I want to protect the small town character of Littleton that has been mentioned. The folks from Brookhaven, they recognize what we have in Littleton, and the people along Watson Lane, they certainly do. I've been here since 1963. When I first heard about this and heard that it was single-family homes, I mean, it's like hallelujah and amen. We haven't seen that kind of a development project in Littleton in a long time. Everything I've sat in here for has been high density. Same arguments were used against the high density, and I understand that. But I look at that 4 point whatever acres and know that that could be the Grove. And I don't want that. I'll take 22 single-family homes any day over multifamily. And you have a difficult job. I'm actually on pins and needles waiting to hear the outcome of this one because I've sat through so many of these before. This one's a little different. I'm on pins and needles. Thanks.
Thank you. Carol Carson is opposed to the project. Looks like she wants to speak. Next up is Stephen Beth.
My name is Carol Carson. I live at 401 Watson Lane. The numbering's a little weird because I'm on the west side of the road, so that's back when Bowles was 0, apparently. Lived there for a long time. I was on the Planning and Zoning Committee for Columbine Valley for a lot of years, and so when we had kind of a pre-meeting to talk about how this worked, I was kind of confused because I thought they came forward with a plan, and you approved lot sizes, and the numbers kind of fell out of that, and it was explained to me that that's not really how that works. You're approving a density. And then I'm hearing all this stuff. Well, we might have to widen the road. Well, maybe the setbacks aren't quite right. We'll adjust those. Maybe the Kelly property doesn't make it in. And I'm scratching my head. How's that all going to work? And it just strikes me as not a mature plan. It strikes me as nothing's been figured out. The drainage is a mess. The Kelly property, well, maybe we can't actually develop it. Maybe we could just put all our open space over there. I would have to think that they should mature this project and bring it back with a little more, with things worked out a little more before it's approved. One other comment is, well, actually 2 other comments. We looked at the pictures of how it would look, and you go, well, you know, that's not so bad. The layout's not too bad, and they've got that nice little rounded corner thing. But where's the fill dirt? Where's the 5-foot setbacks between the houses? Where's the fences around all these backyards? You know, none of that's in that picture. 22 homes is not going to look anything like that in reality. It's just completely not compatible with the neighborhood. And since I'm one of these old property owners down there, I do have undeveloped property. I have agricultural property. So I'm one of those people that, you know, hey, maybe I should, before this, I could put 6 houses per acre on my property too. But it strikes me, I just don't believe in maximizing profit through development at the expense of your neighbors. I think character of the neighborhood is everything. I have the right to develop my property, but I have the right to develop it in a way compatible with the neighborhood, with a density no more, no less. And I certainly don't have the right to do it at the expense of my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Veth favors the project, does not wish to speak. Patty Nipper is against the project, didn't say whether she wants to speak or not. Okay, thank you. Bob Rowland, against the project, wishes to speak. Next up is, well, he doesn't wish to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rob Rowland at 5940 South Watson Lane. I'm going to be real brief. Just a clarification that it's been stated that they could leave the Kelly property as open space, but they cannot do that without the Brookhaven. It's without the Brookhaven authorization. I just wanted to add that point to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Medved is against the project, does not wish to speak. Janice Malkowitz is against the project, does not wish to speak. Wendy Williams, against the project, does not wish to speak. Mike, I can't see the line, Oren, or something of that nature, is for the project, wishes to speak. Next, excuse me?
Ogden.
I tried.
Oren, though.
Okay. Next up is Steve Case.
Mike Ogden, 5844 South Prescott Street. So just up the road, right here on Stern Park. And first off, you guys are serious servants that you actually sit in more than one of these meetings a week. So, but I understand the importance of coming here and talking. So what I want to talk about is I'm a Littleton guy, went to Heritage High School, moved back here from Portland, Oregon a few years ago, and we were looking in the old Littleton area to purchase a home. We love the access to parks, the access to the city itself, the walkability, and all the trails. You guys have heard this from a lot of people that live in the Littleton area. And we weren't able to buy a house in Old Town Littleton originally, but we bought out in Columbine Valley. And we got the opportunity to purchase this home, and we did. And we have absolutely loved it. We raised our 3 kids there, and we are enjoying it very much. And I am part of a family business in town where we have 35 employees in town and 150 across the country. And as we move into a city, we like to invest into that city, and we like to invest in development of that city, shape where we live and how we do it. And we are interested in really responsible development, and development where we can see, according to the city's wishes as well, we wish to see people that want to live in this area, families, people with income, discretionary income that can spend and develop the area that we live in together. And I guess you've heard it from some of the realtors, and I've seen it with a lot of my friends that are in a similar position, young families. They're high income earners, and they're looking for places to come live and be close in proximity to Old Town Littleton, and they're having a really hard time doing that. And I think the idea of putting single family homes in an area that has proximity to downtown Littleton is a really great thing. Then it's not age restrictive and is not a multifamily type of operation. And so I just appreciate you guys listening and taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Case is for the project, wishes to speak.
Hi, my name is Steve Case, 7968 South Trenton Street, Centennial. I'm from Littleton. I graduated from Heritage High School in 2002. My 3 younger siblings graduated from Arapahoe. I recently purchased a house in Centennial along with my wife Amanda, my son Knox, and my soon-to-be-born but yet named child here in a couple weeks. We wanted to live in Littleton. My in-laws live in the Columbine Valley. My mom lives in an apartment at the streets at South Glen, but it just wasn't in the cards. We couldn't find something to purchase. I spent the majority of my career studying and ultimately building housing for the millennial generation. I started building student housing at SEC schools the last few years to meet the demand for an increased number of people going to college. I then graduated on to building a wedding and event facility in Dallas, Texas, and that was really to meet the demand of brides wanting to be married outside of the church. And most recently, I've been building micro apartments in downtown Denver to meet the demand of millennials who are graduating, who want to live in downtown, but honestly can't afford the rents. I sincerely believe that if you're a teacher making $40,000 a year, you have the right to live downtown, and by providing rents that are $1,000 a month, I can do that. Studying the millennial generation has led me to recognize this paradox, and the paradox is this. The millennial generation are the best educated generation in history. However, they have the lowest median earnings, the smallest net worth, and the highest amount of debt of any previous generation. So it's almost a foregone conclusion that they're going to have less disposable income to spend on housing, to spend on cars, etc. And I think the American dream for this generation is going to be equal parts paying off your student debt by the time you're 40 as it is having the white picket fence, red brick house with the American flag out front. So as civil servants, as investors, as developers, as members of the Generation Y, baby boomers, the greatest generation, I think we have an obligation to provide economical housing for millennials. And so how do we do that? Well, we can't really mess with construction costs. Anybody in development will tell you that the price of concrete is what it is, the price of lumber, the price of framing labor, it is what it is. The real variable in being able to provide economical housing, as I'm showing in downtown Denver, is either the price of land or the density of land. So in order to provide housing that meets the restricted earning potential of this generation requires increased density. And I know I know everybody's not in favor of that, but I think it's by doing that, you provide a service and you recognize the value of that generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We've got a Mark Wilkins, who's for the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Chris Johnson.
Thank you. My name is Mark Wilkins. I'll be real brief. I grew up here in Littleton, proud graduate of Wilder Elementary, Goddard, and then Heritage High School. Like a lot of people in my generation that Steve was just talking about, we, after school, got married. We're lucky to buy a house up in Denver. My address is 2073 South Clarkson during the Great Recession. And was super blessed to be able to buy a house there. At this point in time, though, I have a 1-year-old at home, and we're really interested in potentially moving back to Littleton, where I grew up. And for the places that I would love to live, there's just not a lot of houses that we can afford at this point. I couldn't even afford my house at this point because it's gone up so much in value. But anyways, that's not anyone else's problem. But I still would love the chance to be able to move back to Littleton, to a great place. I love Littleton. Grew up here, and I think this development would be a great price point for us to come back and really invest in this community. Would love to send my son to Wilder someday. And so, anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Johnson, for the project, wishes to speak.
Hello,
Next up is Scott Olmstead.
Hello, my name is Chris Johnson. I live at 9826 South Holland Street in Littleton, Colorado. My wife is born and raised Littleton resident. I've been here about 6 years. I work over at Denver Seminary. I'm the vice president of advancement there. So I work and live in Littleton. And I think one thing I've learned from where I work and from my community of friends is the greatest need is affordable housing. From not only students where I work, but also my friends, they cannot afford to live in this community, to even buy a home. And I think this need, I've heard a lot of talk, even I wrote down tonight, about affordable, accessible, and a reasonable development. And I do feel like single homes is actually that answer of a reasonable development in this city. And it is a true I don't want to call it epidemic. I don't want to exaggerate. I don't know if enough facts to back that up, but I do see this as a sense of a true problem among this community, and I feel like this project would answer that, so I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Stricker, or okay. Yeah, I got out of order again. Scott, you Scott?
Yes, I am.
We'll do you first and come back. I'm sorry.
My name is Scott Olmstead. I live at 7284 South Harrison in Centennial. Currently, I'm 35 years old. I'm married. I have 2 small kids, and I live in Centennial. My wife was born and raised in Littleton, and we'd love to move back. One of the major factors in our move and wanting to move back here is the access to high-quality education that my wife received, so that I would have my children gain the same access. Additionally, the location of the Clayton Family Farms is particularly attractive. To the proximity to downtown Littleton, to Denver, to the bike trails that I regularly commute on. I organize several cycling events in the state, and the trend is that millennials and our younger generation want to have access to different things and different parks and be close to their community and to be a part of it. A recent study shows that 56% of millennials want to live in walkable communities. They crave the wide range of affordable housing and traversing the cities that they live in, and they will use their bikes. As a young professional with a family, Littleton is exactly what we want. Great schools, parks, access to different modes of transportation, walkable to restaurants, you name it, it is here for us. This development would add affordable housing in a great location and allow new residents, such as myself, to take advantage of what Littleton has to offer. If this proposed project is approved, I would buy on a heartbeat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Stricker, who was for the project, wishes to speak. Followed by, go ahead, they're not going to speak. Go ahead.
No problem.
Sorry.
My name's Steven Strecker. I live at 3040 Zuni Street in Denver, Colorado. It's right smack dab in the middle of the Highlands, and my wife's at home, and we are expecting our first child. And my wife is a native of Littleton. Her grandparents live in Littleton. Her parents live in Littleton. Her brothers live in Littleton. Everyone wants to live in Littleton. But we've been actively looking, and as well documented here, inventory is extremely minimal. We're fortunate currently to live in a great neighborhood, walkable, access to public transportation, restaurants, bars, and all that. And when I look around the Denver community, I don't want to leave that, but if I did want to leave that, Littleton really is appealing to me. It has those things. This development is close to downtown Littleton. It's close to light rail for me to commute or bike on, and we're still looking, and we will be looking. And I have driven Watson Lane, and it is a beautiful little quaint street, and I would be fortunate and love to live off of it someday, perhaps as well. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Just as a warning, in 8 minutes, the planning board needs to discuss whether we continue or continue tonight's meeting or do a continuance for the next meeting. It's required by city, I would call it code, just city rules. So if you could be brief, we have 9 more speakers. Steve and Lynn Paynes, I think, they're against the project, do not wish to speak. Sierra Olmstead is for the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Michelle Linden.
Thank you. Sierra Olmstead, 7284 South Harrison Way in Centennial.
And I am the granddaughter of Glenn Clayton, and I'm in support of development for this project. I was born and raised in Littleton. I'm the owner and operator of a move management business. My business focus is assisting retirees in the planning and execution of their downsized moves. My company has been in business since 2008, and I truly am an expert in my field and know what retirees are looking for. A large majority of my clients move out of Littleton due to the extremely limited downsized housing options at this time. A project like this would be ideal for my clients, and similar to my clients, my husband and I, along with our 2 small children, would like to reside in Littleton as well. We're not interested, nor is it realistic for us to purchase a large $1 million home at this time, but something mid-range, turnkey, that wouldn't need to be gutted going in, paying overpriced for, that is accessible to Platte River, the trails, light rail, and downtown Littleton would be extremely desirable. The shortage of this type of housing has caused our search to become very challenging, as you've heard all my other fellow generation, that it's not realistic. It's just really hard to find something. If this project is approved, we would purchase this home. We would purchase a home in this development and finally be able to raise our children in the same city that I grew up in and have come to love. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Linden, for the project, wishes to speak.
Hi, I'm Michelle Leiden, 953 Shadow Mountain Drive, Highlands Ranch. I'm a realtor that works in the Littleton marketplace. I'm a Littleton native, grew up here, and graduated from Littleton High School. You have a few alumni in the crowd, it seems like. I love what Littleton is, what it has become, and what it continues to evolve to be, especially downtown Littleton and how quaint and unique it is with the downtown shops and restaurants and bars. And I want my clients to be just as excited about downtown Littleton and the surrounding Littleton communities as I am. But I am finding it difficult with the current market atmosphere. We have been asked to do a market analysis of current market trends within Littleton. And with the recent light rail expansion, as we're all aware of, an 18-minute walk, as mentioned earlier, to the light rail is very attractive. Many of my clients prefer to live within a 1-mile radius of the light rail, and this community and this project is within that 1-mile radius. I did a quick analysis, and over the last year, current market trends show that there were 14 active under contract and sold homes that were built 2000 and newer, and only one of those houses was under $800,000. So I think that showcases a need for new construction, and I think it showcases a need for under $800,000 price point in the Littleton community. Our buyers right now are lifestyle buyers. They're looking to start a family, as you've heard from many people. They don't want or have the resources for huge renovation projects, which many older homes require. They also look for maintenance-free living, walkability, and public transport, and this is exactly what this location offers. There's a high demand, and being 1-mile radius of Littleton and all that you guys have created and it offers is very attractive. So I do support this project.
Thank you. Levon Leiden is for the project.
Microphones for tall people. Hi, I'm Levon Leiden, 462 South Park Road, Highlands Ranch. And I am a realtor and have worked in helping buyers and sellers in the Littleton area for the past 25 years. I work with all age ranges and all price ranges, from first-time buyers to luxury home buyers. Each of these groups has a very specific need and desire when they're looking for a home. One item I wanted to address is the something that just happened recently is the noise factor on Bowles. I'm currently working with a buyer who loves Littleton, wanted to live in Littleton, which brought us to look at Willowcraft. Price range was fine. She was looking which was the 900,000 range. But as we stood close to the properties that were available, determined that the noise factor was too high for that price range. So we ended up going under contract in another community. I guess this is one of my main concerns, is the saleability. If the project does go forward with larger, more expensive homes, how that's going to impact the values of the homes on Watson and in Brookhaven. I think the drawings that Woodley proposed tonight are much more appropriate for this piece of property. In the 450 to 700 range, 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, creating a neighborhood I thought was very unique. This price point, I think, is very important, is also important because it doesn't have quite the impact of the noise of that Boyles presents. The other obstacle we run into, which we've heard a lot about, is the lack of new homes. I think the current price range is attractive to a large group of people, whether they're first-time home buyers or whether they're actually downsizers or right-sizers. There's very few homes available with new construction in that price point. The average price point in Denver is in that 500 range, which this falls into. So I think this would be an appropriate usage of that parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 or maybe 6 more speakers. May I suggest we at least get through the speakers and then decide what we want to do? I'm seeing nods. Or somebody nodded off? Okay. I wasn't looking your way.
Did you say so?
Okay. Marilyn Mester is against the project, does not wish to speak. Brad Mester, against the project, does not wish to speak. Jandy Clayton Kamosi, sorry, is for the project, wishes to speak. Next up is Jeff and Don Kelly. They're for the project, wishes to speak.
Hi, my name is Jandy Clayton Kamosi. My family owns this farm. We moved to the Boyles property 53 years ago. At that time, it truly was rural. We had farm animals, horses, pigs, chickens, goats. I would ride my horse both north and south of Boyles Avenue along the Platte River. There was nothing east or west from our property or south of Columbine Country Club but a few farms. I would also ride west up Boyles to where Southwest Plaza is today. Bomar South was fairly new, and again, there were only a few farms in all directions. The Grant family eventually sold their farm, thus Grant Ranch. As development grew, at some point, Boyles Avenue was widened to accommodate traffic. One day while farming, I looked up and the entire landscape had changed literally overnight. Both west and south, construction on Watson Lane and Brookhaven had begun. It was happening all around us, and it was happening fast. We as a family all knew that eventually our land would be developed. We watched quietly as all the land around us in every direction was being developed and things were really changing. So here we are, a farm in the middle of suburban homes. And the irony is that the very developments that changed our landscape that we have known since 1963 aren't willing to acknowledge, like ours, their landscape has changed as well. Responsible, mid-range homes for Littleton should be a part of our story, a part of our history as a family, as a city. Considering the proximity to light rail, downtown Littleton, of course, what everybody said, ACC, Hudson Gardens, the bike path, and all the wonderful things Littleton has to offer, it just doesn't make sense to build more enormous homes. I urge you to do the right thing for our family but most importantly, do the right thing for Littleton and vote yes for responsible development. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff and Don Kelly.
Evening again to the board. My wife has asked that I speak on our behalf. I'm Jeff Kelly, as you know, we reside at 6330 South Ponds Way in Littleton, Colorado. I'm asking for a couple extra minutes tonight. Primarily, our property has been mentioned so many times, and I think I quit counting at 50 that we are named and mentioned personally. Would the board consider that? I know the hour's late. No?
I didn't catch your question.
I was wondering if I could be afforded a few extra minutes in light of...
Why?
Because of the impactful nature of our property, and
No, other speakers own properties adjacently, they get 3 minutes, you get 3 minutes.
Well, we have I wanted to also say a word about the easement and so on, I thought would be perhaps helpful to the board.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking. It's getting late.
I
You
know.
have 3
I know
minutes.
it's late.
You have 3 minutes to speak. Please speak.
Okay. Well, let me say this. I think that the board has been given a red herring to consider about the legal nature of our property. I'd like you to look at the covenants, or excuse me, at the easement agreements. Nowhere in those agreements is it stated that the CC&Rs run with the land. And that's, I'm an attorney, I've been an attorney for 29 years, and it has to be expressly stated that the actual covenants run with the land, not the easement for the driveway, and we have an access easement and a wall easement. Those clearly run with the land, but nowhere in the first easement agreement or the easement agreement, original one, and the first amended easement agreement is it stated that the actual covenants run with the land. We are in support of the project. We did have a bit of a rocky start on this, but we have come to terms with the developer, and we would like to support that. We believe that the 22-home parcel is appropriate, and that we do live in, I mentioned we live in Columbine Lakes, and all of these neighborhoods use the school in our neighborhood, Wilder Elementary. So we are familiar with access and congestion and so on. In fact, the new Clayton Farm development will also use Wilder Schools, which is in our neighborhood, Wilder School. We're glad that our property is included in the development, and I believe that the board can go ahead and recognize the square footage is adequate, and any dispute between Brookhaven and the eventual owner of the property will deal with that issue. The board has a lot to consider on this tonight. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you. We have Lisa Miller, who's either doesn't say whether she's for or against.
No, sorry.
Okay. Wishes to speak? Still here? Okay. Donna Rasanima is against the project, does not wish to speak. Carrie Seaforth, against the project, does not wish to speak. Joel in, I can't get the last name, Kalana, I guess, against the project, do not wish to speak. Scott Swinsa, didn't say whether he's for or against, wishes to speak. Excuse me? Greg Armstrong is kind of marked out, is against the project, wishes to speak. Looks like he changed his mind. C. Willing Brown, I think it is, against the project, does not wish to speak. Turan, can't see the last name, McLeay or something of those in that nature, against the project, does not wish to speak. Last but not least, Stephen Cruz, for the project, wishes to speak.
It's Crum, actually, C-R-U-M. Does it look like that, or is there a
I'm sorry?
Cruz? Is it Cruz, Stephen Cruz or Crum?
This one is Cruz.
That's me. Oh, gee, I thought maybe it was just, getting late, sorry.
Yeah, Stephen, yeah, okay. You're his evil twin, or, okay.
Hello, my name is Stephen Cruz, 5690 DTC Boulevard. That's where I work. That's going to be the address I give you because that's pretty much all I do anymore is work. I represent Kenwood DTC with my partner, Jim Nussbaum. I wanted to talk about a few things that have been discussed. First thing I kept hearing is about conditions changed between Littleton and Columbine Valley. Conditions have changed. I sold 2 houses there, just so we're clear, in the last week. One in Wilder Lane, which is in Columbine Valley, one of the first ones. And then we also sold one in Willowcroft this week. The buyer profile that's in discussion here, this is a buyer profile that we're talking $600,000 to $700,000. That's for anybody that has a mortgage calculator, that's pretty much $200,000 in income per year. That's hardly what I consider affordable. And that's the term that's being thrown around as affordable. There's such a need for this product right now, not only for the younger generation, but also for the generation that we represented in both of these transactions. That generation was one of our clients live in Columbine Valley. They don't need the big house. They want something nice, but they don't need 3,000, 4,000 square foot on the main level anymore. The other client that we represent was a father of 3 and is in a divorce situation. Currently lives in Greenwood Village in about a $1.5 million home. We looked in Columbine Valley for several months for something. We could find nothing for him because of the lack of inventory. This is a buyer that wanted to be in the valley. He wanted to be towards Wilder Lane, but there was nothing there for him at the time. I mean, absolutely nothing. So he had to settle, just like many of these people, in a different community, in a different total locale. He had to settle in Centennial and drive his son to school. So it's an absolute shame that we're sitting here talking about a client base that's $600,000 to $700,000, and we're talking like they're the scum of the earth. This is truly, it seems like an argument about value. I've watched Mike Woodley's projects over the years, Solterra, Stapleton, Vista Ridge. Every which one have done nothing but increase in value. And the reason being is it's mixed use. You've got everything in Solterra from $300,000 to $2 million. So the people, my client base right now that I'm working with, I have a client looking to go from $600,000 to $1.1 million, but wants to stay in Solterra. That's hopefully what a lot of these folks, young professionals that are here, that's what's going to happen. They're going to increase property value, not decrease it. I can't tell you how hard it is to sell a $2 million house right now. We have 5 of them. It is extremely difficult, extremely, extremely difficult. So there's plenty of those buyers out there. I mean, plenty of those sellers out there. There's very few sellers out there with a nice product for young professionals or for somebody downsizing that doesn't need the big house but wants the quality. So I'm just kind of appalled on the reaction of the crowd, because we represent everybody, and I think everybody has the right to have a nice home. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the planning board that hasn't already? Yes, sir.
Well, my name is Stephen Crum. I'm at 10458 Lions Path in Littleton. 20-plus year resident of the city, and here in support of the Clayton Family Farms project. Became aware of it. The area really intrigues me in terms of what it offers and what the city of Littleton has done with the area. Bike paths, tennis bubble. My wife and I, like I say, the term has been used here a couple of times, the right sizing for us. We're in a large home, and this is just an area that really intrigues us. So we're in support of the project, and hopefully it's going to move forward, and it's going to be a spot that we're very interested in, and in admiration of what Littleton has done with revitalization of downtown, and it's got a lot of appeal to us. So thanks for your time. I know it's been a long night.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I think we have to vote on closing the public hearing. Is that correct? Or can I just announce it? Okay.
You just close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And
okay.
then move on.
I close the public portion of the hearing. Now we come to a decision. Do we continue the meeting tonight? Do we do a continuance till to our next meeting 2 weeks from now? Discussion?
If the rebuttal is not much longer than 10 minutes, I'm willing to stay and see if we can have a vote tonight.
I'd hate to have gotten all the way through this without any sort of satisfaction for the group that's been here testifying.
Okay. Anyone else?
So long as we don't go past 11. I don't want to go past 11.
My guess is we'll be more than 10 minutes, but not hearing any negatives, we'll continue the meeting. Discussion, motion by the board.
I'm going to give the builder.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to give that.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've got the rebuttal.
Opportunity.
You're
that
correct.
Was my
Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Can I ask for a timer so we don't run over? Thank you. So I'm going to address a few things, and then Brian's going to address a few things. First of all, without belaboring the body or the room, with going back and forth about how we did or didn't reach out to individuals, if the board's so interested, we have a documented binder full of outreach and communication back and forth in the form of emails that went unanswered, where we were told that they continually didn't want to meet with us. We didn't communicate with them in the interim because through the staff change, it was the same project, only downsized to 22 units, and there was nothing else that was significantly different about it. So there wasn't a lot to talk about at that point. We have not heard any interest in communicating and discussing the merits of the project, changes, compromises, until it appeared to the group that's present that the project had a real shot at moving forward and they weren't able to kill it. So I'd also like to say that in regards to individual conversations, I would never perjure myself in front of a quasi-judicial body for a client or anyone else. So as far as the easements and encumbrances go, Mr. Kelly spoke well to the easement issue. Ultimately, we're discussing the legality of agreements without you having the benefit of their entirety. You heard several excerpts that were read this evening. What you didn't hear is how that legally shakes out. It's our firm opinion, the backing of approximately 55 lawyers at my firm, who are absolutely and clearly convinced that the way that it's represented to you is not correct, and that our client has the right to build. Those easements are not binding, both on the drainage, which we believe that was never theirs to vacate in the first place, or in the case of the Kelly easement. Also, you were not provided an amendment to that Kelly easement in your packet, which exists and changes the light of that document entirely. Zoning serves as a maximum and setting some minimums. And even if, under the very worst case scenario, they're correct, we would certainly cede to the body that we're willing to accept a conditional improvement on the inclusion of the Kelly parcel. So that issue's moot. Mr. Kelly said it properly. It is a red herring. Brian.
I'd like to address several what I believe to be misstatements by the opposition, and also enter into the record the Clomer prepared by Alan Leak for our property, and also the approvals of the Clomer that were signed by the town of Columbine Valley and the city of Littleton at the time of their preparation. The drainage works. The engineer who did Brookhaven, Watson Lane, and ours will stand up and say it.
I live next to it.
You know, as far as the drainage track I to the south of us, we understand that, they think they've abandoned easements that belong to the urban drainage and to ourselves, but we are not doing any work in that portion of land. We're not doing any work in that easement. So that is mute. As far as requiring Corps of Engineers permits for this project, we've had a third-party report already given to the city that says there are no Corps of Engineers permits required for this project. Jeff Kelly, he spoke about his property. One thing he did not say was his property has been up for sale for 6 months. They could have bought it. They didn't. So the other items that were not discussed is that along Watson Lane, when we reduced the density of the project from 26 units to 22 units, we increased the open space from the edge of the road to the first home considerably. I mean, in the middle of the project, the road does vary a little bit. There's 45 feet between the edge of the road and the first home. Now, the city wanted us to keep the mature trees. So that's what we've done. We've pushed the property to the west. The mature trees, as much as we can possibly keep them, are being kept. And that's a trade-off between the width of the road and keeping the mature trees. There is no 8-foot fence along Watson Lane. The city asked for an 8-foot sound barrier along this, West Bowles Avenue. We're providing that. It's stopping well short of the site triangle, so there should be no impact on people's view turning left or right from Watson Lane. There's no fences in the front yards of these projects. I don't know where some of these statements are coming from. And quite frankly, unless the town of Columbine Valley has annexed this property in the last 2 months, this board and the city council of Littleton control the zoning on it. They don't. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you for your time and attention in this matter, and we hope you'll rule favorably in our request.
Thank you. Now we can go to board discussion and/or a motion. Who wants to start?
Can staff answer the question of what was the prior zoning of the Watson Lane property previously? Was it similar to the subject property, or was it agricultural, or what was the prior zoning?
Prior to the RE zone district that came into place in 1973?
No, the Watson Lane neighborhood subdivision. What was that originally zoned agricultural, or was it?
There was no zone.
Do you know what it was before? Was it rezoned also?
Well, I'm not sure what part we're talking about. On the east side of Watson Lane?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, so that was rezoned, I believe, when it was zoned when it was annexed to the city in 1973 as RE. Currently, it has a PDO on it, which is consistent with the RE zoning, which is 1.6 units per acre.
Okay, thank you.
Don't be shy.
All right, I'll start. I don't have to ask any questions, do I? I think from what I understand here, we're asked today to determine whether this development's acceptable based on the goals of the comp plan. We're near downtown, City of Littleton. The goals that I've seen that are relevant, that we're encouraging opportunities for residents to live, work, shop, and play in close proximity to each other. We're asked to respond to changing demands within the city. Clearly, there's a lot of demands on the city these days. The comp plan also calls for increased diversity and density near downtown. And, you know, there's not a lot of places to develop. There, you know, house prices are going through the roof. It seems like we're one of the top metro areas in the country for house appreciation, which is great for those people who own houses. You know, there are significant challenges to this site, as we've heard. I've driven down Bowles. I have driven down Bowles in the middle of winter, summertime, rush hour, and other places too, like Santa Fe. You know, they seem to always be crowded. Bowles, through that corridor with the bridge that goes over the Platte River, it's not an ideal traffic situation. It needs to be fixed, whether this 22 house development goes in or not. The street definitely needs to be widened, both in the city and in Arapahoe County. And frankly, I think part of Jefferson County too. The property's in the flood zone. You know, I think some of the other neighborhoods right around there seem to have had similar issues, and it looks like they didn't really address those when those properties were built, given some of the pictures we saw today either. But you know, the traffic and the engineering, those are problems that can be fixed. You know, maybe they won't be fixed right away, but you know, eventually they'll have to be. There's plenty of areas that are worse than here. And the issues with the Kelly property, I think that's irrelevant for us right now in this process, and that's a private dispute that'll be solved. I won't give my opinion on that one right now. You know, that being said, I'm not sure if 22 lots is too much density. It seems like there's a lot of houses crammed in there in that development. I think, though, that you know, right now we're not being asked to decide on where the houses are, how they fit into that lot. And we're just being asked to determine maximum densities, minimum lot sizes, minimum setbacks, you know, the actual design, the drainage, the traffic. At least it's my understanding that's to be decided at the plat stage. So, yeah, I'm in favor, you know, whether 22 is too much or not, I'm in favor of much more than 6 or 7 houses per acre, while $450,000 to $700,000 is not an affordable house. You know, I'm sure that we don't need more $1 million houses in Littleton. We need more houses that, you know, most people can buy, not just a few. So, those are my comments.
Andrew?
This is a toughie. I live on that side of town. The traffic on Bowles is terrible. I'm utterly not in favor of widening it. I'm absolutely not in favor of increasing the density to make that area more packed. It has no attraction for somebody who presently is there. I find a lot of the numbers, you know, that we threw around statistics, the traffic by adding from the existing zoning goes up 68% by adding these 22 homes on the Watson Lane parcel. I think it is absolutely legitimate. The turn at Federal and Bowles is flat out dangerous. I don't take my children across that street, and to add more to that I find scary, for lack of any other word. The conditions have definitely changed. I remember when I first moved to Littleton, driving down, seeing a sign that said Watson Lane. It said home starting the low 900s, and I just laughed as I drove because that was so preposterous for me at that day. And as I drove down here, I said, oh, great, we're getting more homes in the low 900s coming in. And that was interesting to me. So those thoughts are there. I don't think, it's not R3. That point was brought up before. That's not what we're talking about here. I don't know, we're calling it Clayton Fleming Farms, and I very much honor and respect what the Claytons have done, and it is the reason why we're attracted to Littleton in the first place, so thank you for farmsteading that. But I don't think what we're putting in there is a farm. You couldn't put a chicken in there to save your life, the way these things are packed in, and you can only have 4 of those at that. So I think the density number, frankly, is about 3 from everything I smell that I'm looking here. I think it keeps the country lane. I don't think the existing zoning at RE is invalid. I think that the homes around it, both in Columbine Valley as well as Watson Lane, have sort of kept that feel. Willowcroft at 2.7, frankly, I think is too dense, but we never had that choice there. It bothers me that it seems that 100% of the surrounding property owners are still not cool with this idea, and that doesn't sit well with me. I'm confused why the water doesn't leave the golf course, but I'll leave that to golf course engineers to figure out why the water is stopping and not keeping going. The turn lane into Watson Lane presently is 2 cars. Flat out, straight up, that is a 2-car turn lane. There is no way to do 3. I see no other way. So I think the density personally is out of character with the surrounding parcels. As much as that may be, the ship is already set. I do think we need affordable housing. I'd like to see something in the 3 range there, but I don't think there's enough condition to move it. And somebody said it's going to turn into the Grove. It won't, because it's an RE zone, not a B2 zone, and so we didn't have similar parcels to that. So sorry if those were fairly disjointed, but that's kind of what I'm thinking about.
Okay. There are some guidelines for how we have to do what we have to do. There's been a little mixing of metaphors. So first I want to say how much we appreciate everybody coming out. All the comments have been thoughtful, respectful, professional, pro and con. It's really, it's a challenge for us to get our arms around all of the bits and pieces of this one because it's a complicated request. But kudos to everyone who's here because you guys have really done an extraordinary job of presenting your sides in a both very compelling ways. And as Andrew said, to the Claytons, much respect for what's been done and who you are as a family. According to Colorado Land Planning and Development Law Book, what we have to do in evaluating a rezoning application, we ask as a local government whether a proposal complies with the comprehensive plan. If it does, the proposed rezoning need only bear a reasonable relationship to the general welfare of the community. However, if the rezoning is in conflict with the comprehensive plan, the applicant generally needs to show either that an error was made in establishing the current zoning or there has been a change in the conditions of the neighborhood that supports the requested zoning change. In the absence of a past error or a material change in the character of the neighborhood that requires a zoning to benefit the public interest, a rezoning to benefit the public interest, property owners can generally rely on existing zoning regulations. What that essentially means is the first thing we have to do is look at the comp plan and see if we do all agree that this thing is consistent generally with the comprehensive plan. And if we decide that it isn't, then we have to see whether there was an error made in establishing the original zoning or that there are sufficient change in changing conditions. A couple people have made comment about the economic value to the landowner and or the developer, in particular the landowner, I guess, in this case. And again, as far as the interpretation of law for this Colorado Land Planning and Development Law Book is concerned, it says if a regulation burdens the use of land so much that it becomes confiscatory, the regulation will be vulnerable to a constitutional takings challenge, but it must be kept in mind that a landowner is not entitled to the most profitable or best use of her property. Prior court decisions have held that where a landowner has not been deprived of all reasonable economic uses of his land, a zoning regulation will generally be upheld. What that basically, I think, says is that there's good arguments on both sides of this particular conversation or request. I looked at the comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan is a guideline. It is interpreted, and it is intended to be interpreted by people on planning board and people on city council. Some of the interesting comments that have been used in the staff memo as well as the applicant's justification for the rezoning, I think, can be subject to interpretation here. In the citywide plan preamble, it specifically says Littleton must rebel against becoming suburbia. In the vision for the future of the citywide plan, it says respect and build upon history and foster the small town character, value, and livability. It's questionable whether this level of density, 6.36 dwelling units per acre, doesn't in fact constitute suburbia and or respects and builds upon history. In the 2005 comp plan, goal number 5 basically said preserve the existing neighborhood values while encouraging any new development to make the most efficient use of land, resulting in the highest standard of living. So again, the question you have to interpret is, are we looking at a dense development as the highest and most efficient use of land or the highest possible standard of living? You can go down either path there, I think. But the land use policy number 3 in the 2005 comp plan said that new development in the interior of established neighborhoods should respect the existing densities and land uses of the neighborhoods in order that the character is preserved. And I think that's a pretty compelling statement to what Andrew suggested, that maybe the density we're looking at here is a little strong for this particular location. The citywide plan, section 1.6, talking about encouraging housing that responds to changing demands of the local housing market. I think my associates here, maybe Andrew, suggested that, housing in the $500,000 to $700,000 range does in fact potentially appeal to folks selling from Columbine Valley but wanting to stay in the vicinity, but I'm not sure it legitimately constitutes millennial housing for people who are looking for their first or second house. And the issue of strengthening downtown by increasing housing diversity and densities, my recollection of that concept as far as the comprehensive plan is concerned had more to do with what's referred to the football area, that the area between the railroad tracks and Santa Fe to the east of Santa Fe. I believe that density and more diversity in housing in that area is appropriate because that's a transit-oriented development area. I'm pretty comfortable in suggesting that this particular parcel does not constitute transit-oriented development. And lastly, as far as promoting the general welfare of the community, I think we have an ongoing open question about not only the density, but I do think the traffic, as well as a lot of comments about the drainage in the floodplain, which I think end up being open topics for me. And that leads me to a final comment about precedent for a development like this. We've talked about zoning from the 80s. One gentleman mentioned something about platting in 1912. In March of 2007, there was a development proposed by Richmond Homes on the Denver Water Board property. It was called the Enclave, oddly enough, but it was actually just up the street on Bowles Avenue and just outside the half-mile radius that is drawn on the Clayton Farms map as far as an area of activity or interest. This was a 9.9, almost a 10-acre site rezoning from A1 to PDR. Richmond proposed 18 lots, 1.83 dwelling units per acre, and that compared to Bomar South at 1.6, Coventry at 1.9, and Hamlet at 2.3, Howarth Farms at 2.4. The minimum lot size was 18,375 square feet with 20-foot minimum setbacks to the rear, 15 on the side. Luxury homes fronting Bowles Avenue. I didn't get the pricing on these things, but I think they were in the same proximity 9 years ago. Traffic was 172 new vehicle trips during an average weekday, 13 trips during morning peak, 19 during evening peak. Not entirely dissimilar, less than the traffic we're talking about here. This particular rezone request was in fact denied by the city council as being too dense and due to the traffic impacts on Bowles Avenue. Again, Clayton Farms, we're talking about 22 lots, 6.36 dwelling units, so forth and so on. It's all in there. For these reasons, I think there's a pretty compelling argument to say when you look at the drainage issues as well and the easement legal issues, which we flat out aren't qualified to adjudicate to any sense whatsoever, that there's a question in my mind as to whether this thing does actually meet the comply with the comprehensive plan in a material way, and as such, it would be hard pressed for me to say that if it does not, that an error was made or that there had been sufficient changing conditions when less than 10 years ago a somewhat similar development was denied by city council. I think the way forward on this thing for my money would be to table this thing, and since both parties have been enthusiastic about wanting to communicate with one another such that they can work through some of their differences, maybe figure out how the Kelly easement does or does not affect what we would even look at as far as 180,000 square foot zoning is concerned, that perhaps we invite them to take that opportunity to work together and come back in 60 days or less and see if we can have another go at this. The downside, if that doesn't occur, is that one or the other party may be decidedly unhappy with the result if something is forced through one way or the other, and I'd hate to see that happen because I think we do need something like Andrew was talking about that might be in a 3 dwelling unit per acre level with some nice housing stock that offers some single families opportunity for people. And I'll shut up now.
Lynn?
My significant concerns come down primarily for the traffic. I did enter left and right onto Watson Lane tonight. I also have significant concerns about a road that's already been deemed as substandard for what needs to be traffic. And I do believe that contrary to some beliefs, we do have to take into account, as we are an exit point and an entrance point, what may develop farther down the road. In another jurisdiction, yes, but it will impact what happens on Bowles. I'm one of those downsizers types, and I find it hard to believe that 500 to 700,000 is affordable housing. I believe pretty much, as it was indicated earlier, that 3 to 4 properties per acre sounds a little bit more realistic, probably closer to the 3. I do believe the drainage issue is very significant. I have concerns about a Clomar that is literally 15 years or 10 years old, almost 9 years old, and for a different program, for a different plan. It has to be resubmitted. It has to be approved. There has to be the survey work done on what the infill is. I'm a certified floodplain manager, retired. The Clomar has a limited significance at this point as to what the floodplain is on that property, as old as it is. It does need to be addressed to the actual project. My biggest issue, though, as I indicated before, is the traffic. I don't think that Watson Lane is at a 20-foot wide right-of-way is significant or substantial enough to support an increase in traffic. I also have concerns about the triangles and getting larger emergency vehicles around those triangles. I know that a cul-de-sac requires 45-foot radius for those to move, and that's a limited space you're talking about on a 20-foot wide road. Just as clarification, my background is 20 years in planning, and that was transportation and flood. I have significant concerns regarding Watson Lane and its potential, even 5 years down the road, as far as its capacity to carry out to Bowles, because Bowles can't get any larger than it is now. It is what it is. And I think that has to be addressed. And I think this density is much higher than needs to be in an area that is pretty much lower density. It is not a changing character for that side of the highway, but Bowles is a very large boundary, so it's very separate on the other side. And I would find it difficult to support it as it stands at this point, and would recommend tabling also if that's an option.
All right, at the risk of being repetitive. Time is of the essence. I realize there has been significant change in the area over the past 40 years. However, this immediate adjacent properties have seen minimal change. Watson Lane, I have driven down that street many, many times over the past 25, 30 years living in this area. I may or may not have hooked a couple of golf balls into the backyards of some of those properties. I'm not going to say that right here. The recently adopted citywide plan vision for the future is Littleton will respect and build upon its history and foster its small-town, family-friendly character. I'm not sure how this property, and there's a couple of others in the city, didn't make it into any of the other small area plans. They're adjacent to Centennial and Goddard. That should have been part of one of those. Goal number 1 in the Goddard plan says preserve existing character of the neighborhoods as exemplified by single-family residential uses and open space. I just think that the density is high, and from the surrounding areas, I believe that somewhere between 3 and 4 dwelling units per acre would be reasonable in that area along Watson Lane.
So I'll be brief. I think as proposed, I have a number of questions and concerns with what's been presented. Those include inconsistencies of what was presented. Maybe it was timing of when it was put together, but when you're going forward with a project of this nature, it's got to be accurate. So those inconsistencies are a problem. I think the drainage has been spoken to extensively and is a valid concern. The traffic, having the staging off of Bowles, turning into Watson Lane, having a decel lane as you're turning in, as you go eastbound off of Bowles. Those are all valid concerns. The easement question that's been put out there is also an item that is a question mark in my mind and not presented in a way that solves it for me. So those are the reasons why I can't support it. Affordable housing is critical, but with construction litigation the way it is, condominiums are not being built. A lot of people want to live in Littleton. There's appropriate places for density. I think, Bruce, you touched on that. I don't think this is the appropriate place for it. I'm a strong advocate of personal property rights and appreciate you all being here tonight. I respect that you were here long before most everyone in this room. But as it is currently zoned and as apparently the adjacent Watson Lane property was previously zoned, that's what your rights provide for today. And so it's an iterative process if you're going to try to do something different. And that's where that communication has to take place, in my opinion. So based on those reasons, I don't think I can support what's proposed. Thank you.
Well, in reading 183 pages of information like all of us did over the weekend, spending a lot of time, the first thing I wrote in my notes, which are all over the place here, ripping the fabric of a neighborhood is promoting the welfare of the neighborhood and community, question mark. The applicant talks about a little higher density. I'm not sure I understand the definition of little. This is 3.5 times the density that it currently exists as a use by right on the site. This development tries to attach itself to downtown as it talks about the comprehensive plan. This project is not downtown. Somebody mentioned that it's far enough away from downtown. Downtown is appropriate for denser housing. I don't think this project remotely meets that criteria. I've been down Bowles hundreds, thousands of times, and I can only remember one time seeing a person. I almost wanted to stop my car and ask if they needed some help or something. Any development will promote the downtown and shopping and the restaurants. Well, if we use that criteria, why don't we just take Stern Park and go from R3 and turn it to R5, 63 units per acre. The criteria, the reasoning doesn't hold up. I compare this project to the closest zoned district, which is R3, which has front setbacks of 20 feet, rear setback of 20 feet, sides of either 5 feet or 10 feet. And we're looking at a development with virtually, 6 feet? 6 feet is that. That's the front yard. That to me is unacceptable. They are cramming as much house into each site as they possibly can. So going from an RE to essentially an R3 zoning is notching it up 3 notches. To illustrate, I live in an R1 district. Increasing the zoning 3 notches, that would mean that there would be an R3X multifamily district in my neighborhood. That wouldn't be acceptable to Aberdeen Village. We'd fight tooth and nail. The developer would probably get tarred and feathered and tossed out of the neighborhood. We have a comprehensive plan here, which is incomplete. It's what I call a prologue. It hasn't been fleshed out yet with the revisions to the neighborhood plans, small area plans, corridor studies, activity centers. The comp plan has a lot of work. I've seen the comp plan, the provisions of the comp plan being people can take the same sentence and be for and against it with great force. We also have a zoning map and a zoning code. To me, the code and the zoning map is a covenant for a neighborhood. If I live in an R1 area, there's an R3 area behind me, I fully expect that R3 area to stay R3. It's a covenant that I make when in my dealings with the city, that they won't put in a meat processing plant in back of my house, because I'm protected by zoning. This area is basically an RE area. Yes, conditions changed. It went from agriculture to basically R3 or to RE. This would change it to R3, right in the middle of an R3 area. To me, that's unacceptable. They use the expression also, they use a little more flexibility. Well, in my mind, the proposal is a lot of flexibility. The only justification I see that the applicant has made is we just want to build more houses on the lot. Also, somebody mentioned, you read it, economic hardship is not something we consider. It shouldn't be part of the discussion. There is no error in the original zoning. Changing conditions I already talked about. For those reasons, I cannot support this zoning change. Do we have a motion? Or do you have any other discussion? We need a motion.
I move to table the decision until, say, the first planning board meeting in August, to give the parties an opportunity to reconvene and see if modifications are forthcoming.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just, per the conversation, I mean, I think we've all got issues. I think a lot of what's in here, there is merit to it, but given the discussion we've had up here, I think I'd like to afford the parties the time to see if they could work through some of the issues and come back with something where there's general, maybe a better tenor of support amongst the pros and cons, to see if we could support ultimately a proposal to add some single-family homes.
It sounds like they've had plenty of time to give and take. There's been discussion about, I haven't been contacted. Yes, you were. I have not. We're not facilitators here holding hands trying to get them to agree to something. We have a project here that can go down or vote up according to its merits or not to its merits. Personally, I would prefer to take a vote, yes or no, or with conditions, and give it off to City Council for their consideration.
I concur with your comments, Mark, that I think there's such a gap between what's been presented and what's desired by the adjacent property owners. And there's so many open questions that I don't think 60 days is going to solve it. I think we're tasked with voting on a very specific proposal, and I think we have sufficient information to vote on that rather than continuing it. So,
I agree. I think if anything that would come back to us would be so significantly different than what we've seen, we'd have to go through all of this again anyway. So.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Applicant's counsel advises me that they are not in favor of tabling. They would rather see it go down if that's the way the majority of the planning board wants to vote, and then move on to City Council. I don't know if that changes Mr. Stallman and Mr. Bolt's motion and second, but in the interest of the late hour, I thought I would bring that to the board's attention.
Well, I'm willing to withdraw.
Amend?
Withdraw the tabling because if you're okay with that. All right.
Well, you have a second.
Yes,
you're withdrawing your motion and your second?
There you go.
Yes.
Then I'll put the motion on the table. I move to approve Planning Board Resolution number 082016, which forwards a favorable recommendation to City Council.
Do we have a second?
Second.
RC? Second, RC. Any other discussion? Please vote.
Why did we?
That's compelling.
Well, that
The
answers.
vote is unanimous against the proposal, and the motion fails.
Thank you. You can all leave, but we're still in session for another few minutes, so if you could please leave quietly, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, your question is procedurally, that's how it has to be done.
No, for sure.
Motion has to be as proposed, which
Did you just?
Why can't we?
vote.
Why weren't we
I was
given one
talking
for
to
denial?
Andrea, and I didn't hear. Did you adjourn the meeting?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I told,
No, that's fine.
Said
I understand.
this
Yeah,
portion
it's a
of the
different
meeting is
process
over.
than I was
We're
used to.
Something that I've been
There's a couple.
I can't take this at this point.
excuse me, we're still in session?
Yeah, he's got a couple things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would recommend that in order to give clear direction to council, we had a motion to approve that was denied, I think it would be appropriate to follow that up with a motion to recommend denial to
Which is what should have happened.
the council, as opposed to just a motion to approve that failed.
Well, then why wasn't the motion worded properly so it worked both ways, up or down?
I can't answer that question because I was not involved in that part of the
I think it was
report.
quite clear as to,
Just giving you my best advice at the time.
What does the board wish to do?
I believe we probably should do an actual recommendation of denial as opposed to the ambiguous, we denied the approval.
Then make a motion and we'll see
I
if
make
we
a
have
motion, we deny, I put my paperwork away, resolution, or, PDP 15-0001, Clayton Family Farms, proposal for rezoning. I recommend we deny.
Second. Any discussion? Vote, please.
Okay, so motion for denial passes unanimously.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have next, I think, public comment. Those who wish to speak on non-agenda items.
Just told everybody to leave.
What's that? No.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
good point. I got rid of it.
We didn't kick them out.
We have one speaker signed up. Pam, do you wish to speak?
I did ask we don't go past 11 o'clock. I'd like to honor that.
I think you got to respect that.
Yeah. Can you be brief, please?
3 minutes.
Yes.
Planning board, I'm really appalled when I contrast your decision tonight with what staff has done with the Grove. And I want to point out for the public record that staff interpreted major violations of our zoning code, over a dozen, and did not bring it to you. I pointed this out to you and to City Council, and no action was taken by either board or council. So I think, although I see a huge contrast here, let's worry about an increase in density of 3 times when you've got 160 apartments where there were none. I expect my boards and commissions to represent the people better. In the comments about neighborhood character, what happened with the Grove and the violation of neighborhood character there? Why aren't you up in arms? Why aren't you at the Advocates for Littleton website? Why aren't you donating to the cause? This is appalling. So anyway, my last slide is about planning. And I brought an example from outside. It's a very simple statement. This is a comment from an article. The international leaders have agreed on a set of declarations which include time-bound targets and action plans that must be attained by, in this case, 2020, to finally put an end to the AIDS epidemic by 2030 within the Sustainable Developmental Goals framework. And what they have there, in a very short sentence, is plan requirements, a schedule, a mission statement, and context and constraints. And I want to see my city finally have that. I haven't seen it for 5 years. I haven't seen anybody work toward it. Again, staff is not leading you in the right direction. You haven't even met for 40% of your sessions, and 40% of the rest of the sessions were held as special or study. They were not even public, regular sessions. Planning board, you've got to take back control of the planning function if staff isn't bringing it to you. We need a plan to say Bowles is broken. We can't fix it. I think it's invalid. It has to be fixed. So does Santa Fe, so do all of our corridors. So please think about what planning is as a board, get together and do that. If staff ain't bringing it to you, you're going to need to lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have 5 seconds. I think we're adjourned.